Audio test.
So you are
Right. Commissioner, will you give us a copy of whatever you're going to show them?
Good morning, everyone who's joining us for our Board of Public Works meeting, who is here joining us physically in the hearing room. If there's any members of the public who wish to offer public comment or commentary on our item today, who have not filled out one of these speaker cards and handed it to me, please do so at this time. I'll record your information for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to offer your comment. Good morning as well to our attendees who are joining us via the Zoom platform. And if I could ask if there are any members of the public who would like to offer commentary on our item or public comment, if you'd please raise your hand and I can ask you to unmute and I can record your information for the record and the item you'd like to speak on. And I do see a couple hands raised at this time. Again, it's *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. I'm going to go ahead and ask Joanne D'Antonio. Joanne, please unmute.
Joanne D'Antonio, Chair of the Community Forest Advisory Committee, speaking as an individual. And I believe there's only one item, isn't there?
There is. That is correct, Joanne. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, and I'll ask you to unmute when we get to the item.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, and I'll ask you to unmute when we get to the item. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, and I'll ask you to unmute when we get to the item. Moving on, Silva Blackstone. Silva Blackstone. Would you like to offer commentary on our item this morning?
Yes, I'd like to offer comment on item number 1.
Very good.
Silva Blackstone, certified arborist, retired.
Excellent. I will call on you when we get to your item. And I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute.
Thank you.
Marianne King. Marianne King, if you'd please unmute.
Hi there. Hi, Marianne King. I'd like to speak on item number 1.
Very good. I will call on you when we get to your item. And
Thank you.
when we get to item 1, I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute. Tani K. Tani K, would you like to speak on our item this morning?
Yes, I would like, my name is Tawny Kay, and I am a member of the Arroyo Seco San Pascual Wildlife Preservation, and I would like to speak on item 1.
Very good. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute.
Thank you.
And moving on to Emily Loran. Emily Loran.
Yes, hello. I would like to speak on item number 1. I'm speaking as an individual resident of Brentwood.
Very good. I will call on you once we get to our item. And I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute at this time. I have a caller ending in 688, caller 818, ending in 688. If you could please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, good morning, Diana Nicole. And yes, I would like to speak on the item today.
Diane, I got your first name. Can you please repeat your last name slowly?
Nicole.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute. I'll call on you when we get to item 1.
Thank you.
Moving on to Lynette Camp. Lynette Camp, or Campy? I'm sorry if I
Yes,
missed.
Campy, I'm here and speaking on item 1, please. Thank you.
Very good. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, and I'll call on you when we get to item 1. Caller 310 ending in 987. Caller ending in 987, if you would please unmute. Identify yourself for the record and which item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Mindy Rothstein-Mann, and I am with Benedict Canyon Association and Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking as an individual today.
Mindy, I heard your first name, and I think I got it right, but if you could please repeat your last name slowly for me.
Yes, certainly. Rothstein-Mann.
All right. And I have you down, and I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute at this time, and I'll call on you when we get to item 1.
Okay, thank you.
And I do see one more attendee, San Pascual Arroyo Seco Wildlife. If you would please unmute. Would you like to offer commentary on our item on our agenda this morning?
Yes, I would like to offer commentary. Is this general public comment at this time?
No, it is not. We have not yet started the meeting. I'm just sort of taking a call out for any members of the public or parties that would like to offer.
Yes, I serve on the Highland Park Neighborhood Council, Historic Highland Park, but I'm speaking on behalf of San Pascual Arroyo Seco Wildlife this morning.
And would you like to offer public comment or comment on our agendized item this morning?
On item 1, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute. And I do see a couple new members who have joined us. I see caller starting with 310, ending in 134. Caller ending in 134, if you'd please unmute. And identify yourself for the record.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Brady, and I'm speaking on behalf of Coalition for a Beautiful Los Angeles this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, and I will call on you when we get to item 1. And Lionel Mayers. Lionel Mayers.
Yes, item 1,
Okay,
please.
very good. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute. Oh, it looks like you're back on mute, and I'll call on you when we get to item 1. And I think I have now taken a call out for everyone who's raised their hand and indicated that they would like to offer commentary on our item this morning or public comment. I'm going to go ahead and lower all hands. If there's anyone who I did not call on and you unmuted and identified yourself and the item you'd like to speak on, please raise your hand at this time. Press *9 to raise your hand. All right, seeing no additional hands raised, we should get started in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. And President Garcia, we are now in record mode.
Thank you for that, TJ. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our regular scheduled meeting for the Board of Public Works for Monday, April 15, 2024. Mr. Knight.
Yes. Good morning, Madam President. TJ Knight, Acting Executive Officer, taking role in establishing quorum. President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, Commissioner Corsand, and Commissioner Reyes are present. We do have a quorum. We are also joined by City of Queen Representative Virginia Choi and Thomas Costello Vega. Sorry, I'm going to mute one of our attendees. And once again, I am Acting Executive Officer TJ Knight. President Garcia, we have 11 we have no speaker cards under public comment, no neighborhood council commentary. We have 3 speaker cards physically in our room under item 1, and we have 11 virtual attendees via Zoom who would like to offer commentary on item 1.
Thank you for that, Mr. Knight. We will, given that we do have public comment, we're going to take public comment, but let me just give me 1 second here. Today's meeting is a little special. We have one agenda item for those listening in. We have an appeal hearing at 8461 West Grandview Drive. This is a continuation from Wednesday, March 27, 2024. And I'll read that into the record in just 1 second. We do have Commissioner Davis joining us shortly. He will be via Zoom. We do have quorum in the room, so that is okay for us to do it this way today. Otherwise, before we get started, any questions or any concerns coming from any commissioner? Hearing none. Thank you for everybody that's here. Once again, thank you to the city attorney, UFT department. Thank you for being here. Also to the appellants, thank you for being here as well on a Monday morning. And to all those that came from the public, thank you so much. We're going to get right back to you in 1 second. So the way we're going to run today's meeting is going to be public comment first. We're going to cap that to 30 minutes. So those that are on the line now, TJ Knight, we're going to cap it up to now. It's going to be a 30-minute cap of public comment. Then we're going to go into, I want BSS not so much to repeat the information, but to pick back where we were, just to lay the platform, short, 15 minutes. And I will also give 15 minutes to the appellant, very short presentation, get us back to where we were from March 27. From then on, I'll, like I did last time, I'll have BSS response if they need to, then I'll have the appellant response if they need to. If not, we can go into commissioners' questions. And the goal of today is to finalize this conclusion of this situation we have here on Grandview Avenue. If by any chance we are going late into the day, hopefully not past 3 p.m., we will have to make a cut at some point, but I don't expect us to go that far into the day today. Okay, before I get started.
May I just offer additional information? So given that we are going to put a 30-minute cap on public commentary on item 1, I would encourage all of our public commenters in the room and on Zoom to please abide by the 2-minute rule per speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, TJ Knight. Okay, without any objections, we can get started today then. Okay, given that we do have public comment, we will take public comment now, and we will start with a public speaker card. Agenda item number 1 with Mr. Jamie Hall. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Hall. I am the president of the Laurel Canyon Land Trust, a 501c3 nonprofit environmental organization. Since 2007, we have worked to acquire vacant land in Laurel Canyon for permanent preservation. To date, we have helped to acquire over 30 acres of critically important open space in Laurel Canyon. As I'm sure you're aware, native trees are key to a healthy ecosystem. And I'm also sure you're aware that I was the individual that reported the removal of protected trees at 8461 Grandview when a resident came knocking at my door that morning. I was unaware of the appeal hearing conducted on March 27th until it was too late. I asked to be put on the notice list, but I guess I wasn't notified. But I'm here today, and I wanted to clarify one thing that was stated at the last appeal hearing. I wanted to clarify that the letter and brochure that was sent to Mr. Crosby was part of a larger initiative of the Land Trust to reach out to owners of vacant land and introduce them to the mission and inquire as to whether they would be interested in donating property for environmental preservation. As part of this effort, we ordered address labels for all owners of vacant land in Laurel Canyon, and then our intern sent a form letter and a brochure to these owners. Mr. Crosby was not singled out. He was one of many, many people that received this correspondence. To be super clear here, there is no nexus between my report of the removal of native trees at 8461 Grandview and the letter and brochure that was sent to Mr. Crosby. They are completely unrelated events. Any suggestion or insinuation otherwise is inaccurate, and I submitted a letter for the record stating the same. Thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you. Next speaker, Hugh Kenny. Mr. Kenny?
Yes, thank you. I've only got like a casual acquaintance with this issue, but I do monitor and listen to the CFAC Community Forestry Advisory meetings, and I pretty much know, what happens and how much work everybody puts in, how hard urban forestry deals with this stuff, how much public works has to deal with this stuff. Meeting after meeting, hearing the same songs and dances. But, this particular issue is one that I would hear people, it was like one little sign of hope. They finally were able to enforce something in a meaningful manner. And as much as other stuff gets pushed down, as many trees as we see destroys, as much street trees get mal-trimmed, as much as homeowners mistakenly or purposefully destroy the community. There are people working very hard and deserving of some kind of recognition that what they're doing is effective. And it's effective to encourage them, and it's also effective to discourage the people who are trying to make a buck from pushing their luck too far, which is always happening. And I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Michael. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't. Thank you. Mr. Michael. Yeah.
Good morning, city officials. I'm Michael Pietrzello. I live at 8452 Kirkwood Drive, which is the property right below 8461 Grandview. I just have a quick statement. My family and I have lived at the adjacent property to 8461 Grandview at the base of the steep hillside property for 3.5 years now. We've immersed ourselves in the community, and our children attend the school here in Laurel Canyon. My wife's on the Friends of Wonderland FOW, volunteer nonprofit at Wonderland Elementary. We're also on the Laurel Canyon Association and members of the Kirkwood Bowl. We take great pride in the natural habitat that surrounds us, the quiet, peaceful, and safe corridor to raise our kids. We were disheartened when we learned of the environmental injustice that took place at 8461 Grandview. We found a number of thick tree stumps down in our deck and play area where our kids play immediately after the cutting took place. We then walked out and witnessed the complete removal of the entire green space. These trees were removed illegally. Considering the current changes to our climate and the environment, rain, fire, etc., any negligent infrastructure such as this increases the risk and liability in all the area. My property, his property, neighbor's property, the city's property. We believe the city should hold accountable any persons who do not take the required steps, obtain proper permits, and who disregard protected trees and procedures of removal. As a resident of the Kirkwood Bowl, we fully support and agree with the city's withholding building permit for a 4-year minimum. I think it should be quite longer, but 4-year minimum. We understand and respect these measures are in place for the safety of the residents and also the environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Does that conclude in-person public comment?
Yes, it does, President Garcia.
Okay, let's take a Zoom public comment.
Very well. Joanne D'Antonio, if you would go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Joanne.
Thank you. I'm Joanne D'Antonio. I'm the chair of CFAC and the chair of the Trees Committee of the LA Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. Honorable Commissioners, City Forest Officer Rachel Mallarich gave a report on the public workshops she recently held to get input on what stakeholders want to see in an urban forest management plan. Her report, which was well received by this commission, included the public's resounding plea for tree code enforcement. And one of the Board of Public Works commissioners brought up biodiversity to be included in the urban forestry management plan. Now we have before us an example of citizens helping out with enforcement, something the city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, told me yesterday that she wants to encourage. This case is your opportunity to deal with a flagrant example of a property owner who defied urban forestry and continued to cut down protected trees, which support biodiversity. LADBS requires property owners to identify the species of trees on their property and learn which are protected. Passing the buck to contractors who cut down trees is not an excuse to violate code. Why do we pay City Council to pass motions if we don't enforce them? And why do we taxpayers foot the bill for hearings if these do not enforce the codes? People I've spoken to are outraged that the penalty was reduced. We need honest law enforcement, not a free-for-all. If we don't set an example with this case, we may as well give up on supporting wildlife and preserving native trees. Just another lot that was clear-cut instead of following the procedures to attempt to build around trees or at least charge inspection fees and replant 4-to-1 with a bond for the new growth. These protected trees got no day at the Board of Public Works. Please do the right thing and not give in to a
That's 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Our next commenter is Silva Blackstone. Silva, would you please unmute at this time, and you'll have 2 minutes to offer your commentary.
Hello, commissioners. Good morning. I've decided to be polite this morning instead of just raging on. My name is Silva Blackstone. I'm a retired certified arborist, and I was one of the original people that worked to establish CFAC some 30 years ago. And I see some of the same problems that informed that effort, and it makes me very sad. So speaking as an individual, I urge the board to deny the appeal and to uphold the findings of the meeting. I believe it was October of 2023. That's it. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Silva. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Our next commenter is Marianne King. Marianne King, please press *9 to unmute.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. Commissioners, I definitely feel the hearing examiner on this case was more than generous, reducing the permit hold from 7 years to 4 years. I'm a former city planner and a tree preservation advocate, and I have to say I've seen this happen many times where property owners will clear cut their property and then they will file their entitlement case. This single-family dwelling is an entitlement case. It will be an entitlement case. They just haven't filed it yet. I believe the property owner knows this. He bought the property with development plans, so they're just trying to circumvent CEQA and clearing the lot and wiping their hands clean of any obligation on their part. It's egregious, and there's no exemption in Section 4606 for ignorance, if that's what the property owner is claiming. I'm sorry, I can't claim ignorance when I get pulled over for a traffic violation. Officer is not going to, not give me a ticket because I'm ignorant of the traffic laws. Same thing applies here. Anyways, I just want you to know that this will be an entitlement case. He's got a couple years ahead of him before this case is going to see the light of day. So trying to clear cut the property now makes no sense, and I believe it was underhanded. And please stick with a 4-year hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Our next speaker is Tani Kay. Tani Kay, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tani Kay. I'm on the board of the San Pasqual Arroyo Seco Wildlife Preservation. I live in Highland Park now, but I grew up in Studio City just off Laurel Canyon. And when I was informed about this, I was devastated. We need to preserve our trees, and when such a blatant violation is done, I really encourage the board to uphold the 4-year lack of permits for this property. We need to set an example. We need to make sure that developers understand that they have to follow the rules, and it's so important for us to preserve our trees. They're what provides us with oxygen, and the more trees we lose, the worse it is. So please uphold the 4-year lack of permits for this developer, and do so in the future with other developers who violate the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tani. Our next speaker is Emily Longren. Emily, please unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to offer your commentary.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I am Emily Loughran. I'm a board member of Brentwood Homeowners Association, but I am speaking this morning as an individual. In my neighborhood, I have observed a shocking and rampant increase in illegal tree removal, including a clear cutting of a 44,000 square foot lot where protected tree notices had been placed, the poisoning of oak trees, the removal of entire root systems of a mature sycamore, all in all, very, very intentional and illegal acts. Therefore, please do not grant this request for appeal. Please uphold the letter and spirit of the protected tree ordinance and withhold any necessary building permits for 8461 Grandview Drive for a minimum of 4 years. These critically important mature trees were knowingly and intentionally removed in defiance of the ordinance and with complete disregard for their necessity. Air cleaning and cooling for us all, stability for the landslide-prone steep slope, and habitat for dwindling species. The profit-driven development motives of an individual should not override a law put in place for the collective benefit of the entire community. If there are not consequences to the venal actions taken by the owner of 8461 Grandview, other developers will take note, and the destruction of our precious canopy that has taken generations to grow will continue until we have no trees. Tree replacement is not a solution, at least not one within our lifetime. Preservation is the only path forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Our next Zoom attendee is Diane Nicole. Diane, I'm going to ask you to unmute. If you would go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to offer your commentary.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I am an ecological horticulturalist. Director at Large with Los Angeles Audubon, and Director at Large with Sunshine Hill Residents Association, a 501c nonprofit standing up for our community's indigenous trees and woodlands in Council District 4. I'm here to ask you to deny Mr. Crosby's appeal, despite receiving an email from Mr. Crosby's attorney that was meant to intimidate me from speaking here today. There's no question that the owner violated the city's protected tree ordinance by cutting down and removing protected trees. The only item for you to consider is if the penalty fits the crime. There are at least 3 reasons that it does. Strength of evidence, clear intent to break the law, and the penalty has already been reduced from staff's recommendation of withholding of permits for 7 years down to 4 years. In other cases, there's a lack of clear evidence in the form of a video, but not here. Mr. Crosby's tree removal company was caught in the act, and in that video, we see that Mr. Crosby was made aware of the protected tree ordinance, its policies, and procedures. Mr. Crosby had an opportunity to follow the ordinance and prevent further protected tree removals, but instead, Mr. Crosby hired another tree removal company, gave them the exact same instructions he gave the first tree removal company, and returned to the site to cut down more protected trees. So, clear intent here. So not denying this appeal would be a slap in the face to the protected tree ordinance advocates, and really, I think, demoralizing to staff. And I just want to add here, because I am an expert in this field.
2 minutes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is Lynette Campy. May I begin my commentary?
Yes, I apologize. My microphone was turned off. Go ahead, Lynette. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. I, as with all the other speakers, am asking you to deny the appeal. This is a case where there is clear knowledge and intent that the ordinance was being violated. If there are no consequences to violating a law, it becomes toothless. And the greatest enforcement will come from denying permits. This is something that stings to a developer, and then this will encourage more people to comply. It will discourage bad actors who feel like there are no consequences to violating the law. I'm speaking as an individual, but I am a longstanding member of CFAC. We worked for many years to obtain protection for native trees that support biodiversity. The walnut in particular is unique to a very small portion of the world. Santa Barbara to San Diego would be the greatest extent of its range, so it is desperately in need of protection. It is easy to comply with the protected tree ordinance. It does not prevent a developer from removing a tree if it would interfere with development. It only requires that they be replaced. So this is dealing with reality, and it is better than nothing. It's also not as much as I would like to see, but to see even this protection that is easy to comply with, the removal is illegal without the permit. To remove that protection makes a mockery of the City of LA's commitment to biodiversity, and I urge you to reject the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Our next speaker is Mindy, ending in 987. Go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes to offer your comment. You should be receiving a prompt asking you to unmute. Mindy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
You
Yes.
prompted the right person.
Good morning. My name is Mindy Rothstein-Mann. I'm the chair of the Trees Committee for the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, and I'm also a board member of both Benedict Canyon Association and also Tree People. I am, however, speaking today as a resident and a longtime advocate for our native woodlands. Our protected trees are being removed illegally daily without permits. In most cases, we cannot adequately document their removal. In the case of 8461 Grandview, however, we have an open and shut case and someone who finally is facing consequences for his actions. I strongly support the city's ruling to exercise its authority under the Protected Tree Ordinance and the decision to withhold building permits for at least 4 years to the property owner at 8461 Grandview Drive. I know that I speak on behalf of many people who live in the canyons who could not be here today to speak, who are so frustrated by seeing the constant destruction of our beautiful woodlands. I urge you to uphold this action and send the message that the laws regarding the protection of our trees matter and that this issue will be treated seriously in terms of protecting our trees and that they will not be treated differently than other issues that are regulated in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mindy. Our next speaker is San Pascual Arroyo Seco Wildlife. You'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Clara Solis. I'm with the San Pascual Arroyo Seco Wildlife Preservation Group. I also serve on the Neighborhood Council, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking on behalf of San Pascual. I grew up in East Los Angeles, right next to the 710 freeway, where we saw all of our oaks and trees removed and streets widened so that, and trees removed. So I have a deep appreciation for trees. And on the northeast side of LA, even though this is way across the city, we are seeing trees, oaks removed illegally, but we usually don't have the proof to enforce it. And in this case, you have the proof that they did this illegally. The hearing officer reduced the findings from 7 to 4 years of the staff. It is crucial that you guys enforce the law, or else you're rendering the Protected Tree Ordinance meaningless. If you don't enforce the law, then this is meaningless. The Protected Tree Ordinance is meaningless. You have to deny this appeal, and please, you need to enforce the law, because all over the city, trees are being removed, and especially in some of our northeast communities like Lincoln Heights, El Sereno, we need to protect our trees because people are seeing the impacts of climate change already with heat island impacts. People are actually dying from heat island impacts today. We need these trees. We need our Protected Tree Ordinance to have meaning. If you do not enforce this, it tells developers they don't have to comply.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara with Coalition for a Beautiful Los Angeles. Caller ending in 134. I'm going to ask you. Oh, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Brody, speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Beautiful Los Angeles. We oppose the appeal before the board and support strong sanctions levied in response to the unpermitted and deliberate removal of protected trees from the property on Grandview Drive. The reduced penalty from the staff recommendation of 7 years was very generous, and we would support a 7-year penalty. And in addition, would like to see the board have a way to enforce requirements for replacement trees, not instead of any building penalty, but in addition to provide trees to be placed at a 4-to-1 ratio in the area to start to make up for the destruction. We see trees under attack not only in the canyons, but on the flats of the city, on public and private property. And rarely can we prove the destruction was deliberate. Here you have a smoking gun, and we look to the city to stand firm and enforce the law. It's not enough for the city to do a tree inventory and talk about the importance of the urban tree canopy. Action must be consistent with those words. and we hope the board will take action today to speak loudly on behalf of the trees and the habitability of our environment looking to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Lionel Mears. Lionel, please unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to offer your commentary.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. My name is Lionel Morris, and I'm speaking as an individual. I'm also a board member of the Sun Valley Area Neighborhood Council. Again, speaking as an individual, I echo the comments made by my that the penalty must be maximum for what this person did to those trees. It's really sad that we are facing a climate crisis and we are not protecting, we're not doing enough to protect our trees, biodiversity, native trees, because they provide shade, they cool down temperatures and for wildlife, butterflies, bees, and other birds. And it's really sad that trees are being cut down like this. And I urge the commission to impose the maximum penalty for what this person did. And I urge the city of Los Angeles and the Bureau of Public Works to enforce those laws and to protect trees, species, plants at all costs. Because we need to protect our environment, our wildlife, our biodiversity from future destruction caused by humans. Thank you very much. Please hear our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Lionel. And that concludes our commentary, unless there are other members. I do see another hand raised. Gemma Marquez, would you like to offer commentary on our item this morning?
Yes, I will, and you'll have to give me a little bit of slack, minimal, but I won't take up too much of your time. I am with my grandbabies, and it is for my grandbabies that I am here to speak on the lack of green trees, canopy throughout LA. And not too long ago, my husband and I traveled throughout the city of LA, marking many areas that were extremely lacking, and you are fully aware of this. I do not believe, I need to reiterate that there is a lack of trees in the Northeast and in LA, except for those communities of privilege. And you're allowing developers to come into our communities and ruin the potential of better quality of life. And it is because of these grandbabies that are going crazy behind me, I am here to fight for them, because we all know what's happening in regards to climate change. It is every tree that we need to keep, and I'm not talking a little tree. I'm talking the ones that are 100 years old that we need to fight for. We got to keep them, and developers need to work around them. And I know that we did it at a house where we worked around a tree to preserve it because we knew its historic significance to our community, to our children. And when I say children, I'm not only talking about mine or my grandbabies, I'm talking about everybody. And you should be alarmed if you do not reject this appeal, if you do not penalize these developers for their lack of care, the care and the love for our community. It is up to you to send a message, and I ask you to please do that. Do your job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gemma. And that concludes our public comment and our commenters in the room, and that is also at the 30-minute mark.
Very well, thank you for that. We have heard all the public comment in person and via the social platform. That is, we will conclude general public comment. That means general public comment is now officially closed. Moving on to what we are here today, we are here to discuss, to hear the appeal hearing Council District 4 for 8461 West Grandview Drive, recommending the board to, one, hear and make the final determination on the appeal by Misha Crosby under the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 46.06D of the Bureau of Street Services, October 27, 2023, findings and determination to request the superintendent of building, Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, to withhold issuance of building permits for a period of 4 years for the removal of protected trees and or shrubs in violation of LAMC Section 46.00. Again, this is a continuation from Wednesday, March 27. Colleagues, I'm going to give a few, Ms. Choi, can you set the platform for today, including our commissioner via social platform? And then also, Ms. Choi, can you please put on the table what we have, what choices we have in front of us, or not choices, but what is our determination factors?
Sure thing. And as a preliminary matter, I do want to note that all commissioners who wish to participate, deliberate, and vote on the item today must be present in person in the room with us. I understand Commissioner Davis has joined us through the Zoom platform. He can participate as a member of the public, but in order to participate, deliberate, and vote, he does have to be in person in the same room pursuant to the Brown Act. And as for the issues today, we are hearing the appeal of the Bureau of Street Services decision, administrative hearing decision to withhold or revoke Mr. Crosby's building permit at 8461 Grand Avenue for 4 years. So the board is considering that anew, reviewing the evidence, and can either decide that withholding or revoking the permit is not appropriate, or can agree with the Bureau that withholding or revoking the permit is appropriate, and can also decide the period of time for how long that is appropriate, not to exceed 10 years. The board need not necessarily agree with the decision below of the administrative hearing officers that 4 years is appropriate. The board may decide less is appropriate, or more is appropriate.
Virginia, does the board also have the authority to have an alternative plan?
LAMC 46.06, which is what this matter comes up to the board, does not provide for any alternative.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started then. Why don't we start with the Bureau of Street Services? We're good? Okay, everybody's good? Everybody's okay to start? I know there's been a lot going on here. Why don't we get started? Let's start with the Bureau of Street Services. You have 15 minutes to bring us back to where we were from March 27th.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Public Works. Brian Ramirez with Streets LA Urban Forestry. I don't necessarily think I would need 15 minutes, but I think to summarize what got us here, I'd like to direct your attention to the timeline that was provided. It essentially summarizes the, I guess, most significant events that occurred leading up to this point in time. And I'll just verbally walk the commissioners here through that. That on August, the records indicated on August 20th, 2021, property owner, Mr. Misha Crosby, became the property owner on that particular date, and he purchased the property for $120,000 as per the records. On January 27th, 2023, the property owner procured a geosoils report, and on March 15th, 2023, the LADBS, or the Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, they issued an approval letter for that particular property. On June 22nd, 2023, prior to the removals, Mr. Crosby had a visit with 2 tree companies regarding the work to be performed on his lot. And on June 28th, 2023 is when the first incident of tree removals occurred. And I put the note that the initial walnuts were removed. This is the incident where Mr. Hall was involved, and he took the video of the actual tree removals taking place. It wasn't until July 7th, 2023, that Urban Forestry actually came into actual acknowledgement of the actual request. There occurs to have been some emails and phone calls directed to specific staff, but the proper channels of reporting illegal removals was not followed in this case, which is why there was a bit of a delay in response by the Bureau to take action. But as soon as it was reported on that same day, an inspector was dispatched, and he confirmed that trees had been removed. On July 14th, 2023, Urban Forestry mailed a notice to comply to the property owner, and it is available on some of the previous transmittals forwarded to the board, requesting that he comply with the condition to provide a bit more insight, context as to what the site conditions were. The property owner on July 25th came into receipt of this notice to comply, and then the property owner on August 1st, 2023 provided a response to the notice to comply, requesting a bit more time be provided to him, which the Bureau acquiesced as well. On August 19th, Urban Forestry performs an additional on-site inspection. This one was comprised of 2 superintendents that walked the site, and that was with the permission of Mr. Crosby, which he kindly and generously allowed us to walk the site and take some inventory of the stumps that were there. On August 25th, 2023, Urban Forestry mails a notice of administrative hearing to the property owner. On September 14th, the Urban Forestry Division files this notice affecting real property with the county clerk, and this is portrayed here to show that the appropriate process was followed pursuant to the municipal code, and there were no steps missed or omitted or oversight by the Bureau. On September 27th, 2023 was the day that the administrative hearing was actually held in the Public Works Building at 1149 South Broadway. At the conclusion of that hearing, within the 30 days, the hearing examiner made the decision, and that was presented through the notice of determination that has also been previously shared, and that took place on October 27th, 2023. On November 20th, 2023, what I had on record was that the applicant or the property owner filed an appeal to the Board of Public Works, and that is the timeline I had, but I saw it was a little bit earlier in November. On November 21st, the Board of Public Works confirmed the receipt of the appeal. On November 27th, 2023, the board requested a report back from the Bureau regarding this case, to which the Bureau provided a report on January 4th, 2024. On March 27th, 2024, about 2 weeks ago, we conducted the appeal hearing, to which it was continued, and this brings us up until April 15th, which is today, continuing this particular item. Again, what has been conveyed is that the property owner removed trees without appropriate permits by the city, and the request by the Bureau originally was 7 years. The hearing officer determined that 4 years was more appropriate, and the request before you today again is that you uphold the recommendation by the Bureau and deny the appeal by the property owner, and that is my conclusion here.
Thank you, Brian, for your statement there. Can we go with it, I'm sorry, what was your name again? Mr. Monroe.
Thank you. You've been given a packet that starts off with a statement by Mr. Kelly Lewis, which addresses one of the three questions I think y'all left us with at the last hearing. First was, what is the history of enforcement of this ordinance? And Mr. Kelly Lewis has provided a statement. He's out of town today, but he was employed with the Bureau of Street Services, Urban Forestry Division from February of 1989 until August of 2019, more than 30 years, and he held the job titles of Tree Surgeon Supervisor 1, Tree Surgeon Supervisor 2, and Street Tree Superintendent 1. And we asked him to address the Commissioner's questions about the historical application of the Protected Tree and Shrub Ordinance, Section 4606. During his time in supervision to the superintendent in 1996 to 2019, he knows of only one case where LAMC Section 4606C was employed to deny building permits. As far as he can remember, that case was on a large commercial property where many houses were to be built. The developers had removed 20 or so very large oak trees. The exact number he does not recall, but it was many, and the trees were old and large. Old meaning over 100 years, and large being over 30 inches in diameter, as is common in older oak trees. He was not actively a part of the case, but he does know that the Board of Public Works Commission at the time did invoke a 10-year moratorium on building permits. He does not remember, he does also remember that the developer took the city of Los Angeles to court, and he believes the city lost that case in court. The section of the permitted tree and shrub ordinance, according to Mr. Lewis, was created for one reason only: standard operating procedure and past practices of the Urban Forestry Division for illegal removal of protected trees was to attempt to force the property owners or agents to replant protected species on the property to replace the trees removed. And normally they required, he says, we required larger sized trees to be replaced than would have been required if the offender had obtained a permit to remove through the normal process. And all fees were then paid. At some point in time, the UFD began requiring the new trees to be bonded for 5 years, which is standard practice now. This normally happened on small lots and individually owned lots where the non-permitted trees were discovered, reported, and witnessed. He says, I myself worked on many of these cases and was the one investigating the site, issued the notices, and worked with upper management to resolve the violation. In most cases, the homeowners removed trees or shrubs not knowing those species were protected. Most people know about the oak trees being protected, even today, as I do consulting work. Rarely does anyone know about the 3 other species and the true shrubs. In the past, the problem was a few large developers did not care about spending more money to plant larger and possibly more mitigation trees. So there were instances where they removed all the trees without permits and then just complied with notices to replant. Therefore, this section of the ordinance was introduced for the purpose of penalizing land developers who did not care about what they considered small amounts of money, but would be impacted majorly by a moratorium on building permits. Mr. Lewis gave a report in this case. He was hired as our tree expert. He was here at the last hearing. He couldn't be here today. The other question was the size and the age of the protected trees removed. And as Mr. Lewis says in his report, in the statement here, you read in his report, the protected trees and shrubs on this lot that were removed were not large trees, and they were not old trees for their species. 10 years is not an old tree. Trunks were 4 to 10 inches in diameter, are not big trees. It was stated by members of the street services during the hearing that these were large trees about 10 years old. I can verify, Mr. Lewis, that only 3 of the trees, shrubs were actually large enough to be considered protected. The others were likely too small to be protected. I would assert, in my opinion, that all the trees and shrubs that were removed had been cut down repeatedly over many years, and all are regrowth from old stumps from a time before these even were a protected species. And in conclusion, no moratorium has ever been applied to an individual homeowner in the past, because that was not the intent of the ordinance. Many records can be found of the past practices of the Bureau of Street Services, Urban Forestry Division, and violations exactly like this subject case, only requiring those property owners to replant larger protected tree species at a 4-to-1 ratio. In this case, the punishment that is being applied does not fit the alleged crime. And he goes on to say, in my personal opinion, this is Mr. Lewis speaking, based on my years of witnessing policy being driven by politics, from what I witnessed of how the agents of street services were obviously not in agreement or enthusiastic with that level of enforcement they were implying, It appears to me that marching orders were given by someone very high up the political and or management chain who has a personal connection to this particular area of the city and those who live there. The question that the Board of Public Works Commissioners should be asking is, who requested that this section of the protected tree and shrub ordinance be applied in this case, and why? The next section, and I would submit, you heard the public comments. It's clear that public comments were based on facts that are not the facts of this case. They're alleging that there was deliberate, knowing, flagrant violations. Some of them apparently might have read the decision that was rendered in this case, and that decision had serious factual errors. The decision, for instance, said that there were 3 episodes of tree removal, June 28th, July 7th, and July 27th, and that one of those was after a notice of an administrative hearing had been issued on August 25th, and trees were removed then on July 27th. So the dates there are wrong. The city has acknowledged that was not correct. That's not something they alleged, but that was something in the decision. And so some of the outrage that people in the community might have, if they're reading that opinion and taking those facts as correct, they are wrong. Those aren't the facts of the case. I put together a timeline because you did request a timeline, and I've added a few things in here that you hadn't heard before. The purchase of the property back in 2021. On June 20th of 2023, the proposed wildlife ordinance was considered by the City Council's Planning and Land Use Plum Committee. And Misha tried to attend that hearing, Misha Crosby, but he was unable to get in because it was so crowded. The Plum Committee unanimously voted to approve the proposed wildlife ordinance with some additional modifications. The wildlife ordinance began to be reviewed by the city attorney's office, and the news reports that the passage were possibly imminent. That same day, Misha began contacting licensed tree contractors about removing trees that might become protected under the new wildlife ordinance that weren't protected at the time. He contacted 2 contractors who he then met with on the site, and we went over this in the past. June 22nd, he met with Raymond Salas, and he met with Natalie Alvarez and her father. Both told him the trees in the area he wanted removed were not protected. Now, I emphasize, just the fact that a black walnut tree was removed does not mean it was of a protected size. They have to be 4.5-inch diameter at the top. You may remember the video that Mr. Hall showed. He showed a tree that appeared to be a protected size, but that was not a black walnut tree. That was a shrub oak, and shrub oaks are specifically excluded from protection under the Act. Yet, Mr. Hall put that in his video. He also put it in his email to the board saying that that was a black walnut tree of protected size. It was not. Mr. Crosby asked these contractors, are any of these protected? Because he did not know. He trusted them. And Raymond Salas has given us his declaration, and it's the last page of this. He unequivocally has stated Mr. Crosby did not ask him to cut protected trees, that he told Mr. Crosby they were not. He was wrong. He should have known better. And I kind of think what's missing in the enforcement action here is any consequences for the contractors who do cut protected trees. We heard a lot of people say this is happening a lot. But why aren't the contractors being held responsible? Because they're the ones doing it, as well as the homeowners and the landowners. But Mr. Crosby is not a developer who was out doing those things. And so then we go through here on June 24th, he signs a contract or hires Mr. Salas's company. And on June 28th, and this is somewhat touched on before, one of the neighbors, when Mr. Salas's company was cutting trees, Ricky Polis, observed and thought they might be protected trees. And Jamie Hall came by, who spoke earlier. And Mr. Hall and Ms. Polis told Misha, you're cutting protected trees. And they told him that they were organized as a group. And Ricky Polis says, when the new wildlife ordinance passes, you'll be unable to build. And Jamie Hall tells them that they'd stop the prior owner from building. We don't know how that was done, but Mr. Crosby, having been told you need a certified arborist, if you want to cut trees, you get a certified arborist. He then hired a certified arborist. And on June 3rd, met with them at the site like he did with the others. And Frankie Lopez of California Tree Design told him, these are not protected size and species. Mr. Crosby believed that. And so we go on down the road. On July 7th, Ms. Polis did make some videos, which were never given to Mr. Crosby until the hearing. On July 7th, Mr. Hall did send emails to the city, and the city went out that day and investigated. And about 2 weeks later, 14 neighbors began to send 14 emails to 18 city officials, and you were all included in those, making false statements about Mr. Crosby, saying that he knowingly and intentionally hired a second contractor to go finish the job illegally, knowing that he was intentionally doing these things. All of that information is untrue, and it's been spread throughout the community to build this sort of sense of public outrage about this case. If you want to send a message, this man is not the one to send the message to, because he did not have any intent to violate the ordinance. He, in fact, told the contractors, if there are any protected trees, don't cut them. And that is undisputed in this case. Then we go on with the rest of the details of this, I think, are really innocuous. The timing of Mr. Crosby gave his statement August 1st. He hired Kelly Lewis. He's done everything to comply. And as we stated before, he's willing to replant trees as needed, which was the standard. And that Mr. Kelly Lewis, in his report to the Bureau, he set forth what he thought would be the suggested remediation plan that the city, in his experience, had pretty much always followed. And he expected the hearing that day to be about what's the mitigation. We were sort of shocked when he was hit with a 7-year request to withhold building permits for 7 years. After the hearing, for the first time, Mr. Crosby saw all those emails, and I sent y'all all a letter in an email when I learned about him after the hearing on September 27th, saying that I felt you'd been given misinformation, that it should be investigated, who was spreading this information, and what was their intent. I was not aware of Mr. Jamie Hall's foundation, that he expressly says their purpose is to prevent building on open spaces in Laurel Canyon. And that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get you to stop him from building a home for 4 years. And they've targeted him with false statements. And on September 30th, we put in here, Mr. Crosby contacted Ann Song, who wrote one of the emails to you. And it's included in the record. And she was neighbor to the property. She had allowed him to have contractors park in her driveway when they cut the trees. He sent her an email after talking to her saying, here's my contracts. I didn't intentionally cut trees. This is not true. Where did you get this information? And Ms. Song told him that she had gotten it. It had been a template provided by Ricky Poulos. Ricky Poulos and Mr. Hall work in the same organization. They were both there that day. And multiple people who have called in, none of the people who called in wrote those emails. These are all different people. So you got at least 30 or 40 people who have misinformation about Mr. Crosby. They were using words like, this is a flagrant violation. He's a developer making this all for profit. He had clear knowledge of intent. All of those comments, the evidence before you show that's not true. And so the last piece here is the declaration of Mr. Salas that we've included, in case y'all didn't have a chance to read it before. I think those are the questions that you had asked, the timeline, the history. And we provided the letter from Mr. Hall. We also provided a statement that Mr. Hall didn't sign, but apparently gave to the Bureau at some point. It was not an exhibit in the hearing. I'm not sure. It appears that it was given the day before the hearing, that because it included the videos of Ricky Poulos, who were made on July 7th. July 7th was when the second contractor was out there and removed some protected trees. According to our expert, he believes there were 2 that were removed that day. I would emphasize again the decision's findings that there was a prior permit that had been denied. That's not correct. And even if there was, there's no evidence Mr. Crosby knew about that prior permit. And so what we've got here is a situation where some folks are trying to have you send a message, but they're trying to use Mr. Crosby unjustly to do that. I think that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Monroe, for your time. Give us a second as we have a statement that Commissioner Davis is going to provide, given that Commissioner Davis will not have a voting hand this time around based on the policy that Virginia stated earlier. So we're going to hear from Commissioner Dr. Davis at this time, and then we're going to go into commissioners' questions. Unless after Dr. Davis, unless BSS, you have a response to what he said? You do? Okay, so let me go with Commissioner Davis, and then I'll go back to you. Okay.
Thank you, President Garcia. Just for clarifications, you're moving to reopen public comment at this time, and we'll ask for the commenter who's raised his hand to offer his
Yes, please. Virginia stated the violation that the Brown Act occurs when a situation like this happens. So we're just opening public comment for Dr. Davis at this time.
Very good. Dr. Davis, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 issues. Unfortunately, I was given information that it was online, and as I have found out that it really is not. So my comments simply are that as we look at this case, I think that we all agree that the protection of trees is a very important value we have as the city of Los Angeles, and that further we understand that to implement the policy or the ordinance, that often we do have to implement consequences for those who do not follow the ordinance. But administratively, I think the equal application of our solutions to these issues is sometimes critically important. Tree replacements, or do we have suspensions and other measures? Is the equal application of how we approach these tree issues, is it possible? And I know that there have been cases where similar issues have occurred, and it appears that there are different solutions being implemented. And so I think I just want to go on record publicly to say the equal application of our solutions to these issues, I think, is critically important for all of those involved, including those who are doing the work, need to not only abide by the ordinance, but can expect from our Bureau an equal application as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have the comments on this, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. We will close public comment once again. Thank you. General public comment is not. General public comments now officially closed. Thank you for that. Okay, I have street services. Brian Ramirez.
Hello, Commissioners. I appreciated the comments by Mr. Davis, and my intent is to answer his comments or concerns regarding the issues that he raised. But I also do want to ensure that I'm answering what was requested at the conclusion of the last hearing. There were 3 things that were asked of the Bureau, one of which was to elaborate or to explain really the application component of what we're doing. How does the LAMC code apply to certain circumstances and not to others? The second was a timeline, which was provided to each of you today. It was also elaborated a little bit by Mr. Monroe. And then the third aspect was any context on previous cases where this was applied. So there's a little bit of information that I would definitely want to convey here today, and then I will be deferring to the city attorney for any questions on that previous case where the city decided to exercise their authority within the code. So to the first question, Also, the AQUA application aspect that was raised. How does the Bureau determine? In reality, there are some factors that are considered in making the determination to decide to exercise the authority given within the code to the Bureau specifically. It was commented on a little bit by the public comment. They spoke about the evidence that the communities are able to collect on specific issues, and that's essentially one of the primary factors is the amount of evidence that is presented at the time of receiving these types of allegations. And the Bureau treats them as allegations until they are confirmed. We ensure that we send an inspector out and corroborate really what's going on out there. But the amount of evidence that's presented needs to be sufficient. It needs to be something that is presentable through pictures, also which ties into the quality of evidence that's presented. It can be videos taken from removals. As I mentioned previously, it's not often that the Bureau sees videos presented as evidence. More videos of the actual removals taking place, a video that has the community notifying the property owner is on site, and any previous history associated with a particular lot also ties into the evidence. The Bureau does its due diligence in pulling records that are not always within our specific Bureau, but within other departments. We'll research everything from planning cases, any old reports that we may have access to, building and safety plans that may be on record. And in this particular case with Grandview, there was some record. Obviously, it was not tied directly to this property owner, but there was some record indicating and clearly logging that there were or capturing the walnuts that at one point existed, which ultimately serves the Bureau with the knowledge of what was going on prior to making a decision. The number of tree removals comes into play as well in deciding whether or not to take this action. It's been mentioned here and noted that 7 protected trees and 1 shrub were removed. The level of egregiousness, though that cannot always be proved from the get-go, it's something that is also considered. The quantity of tree removals, the knowledge, actual knowledge, even perceived knowledge. In reality, the city bears the burden of proof at time of taking these types of actions, but the intent is something that's taken into account. It was again determined at that hearing, after hearing both sides, that the hearing examiner determined it should not be 7 years, but because there was evidence on both sides, they determined it was 4 years as a recommendation or something more suitable and appropriate to be imposed. For the ability of, another factor that's considered is in reality the ability of city resources to carry out this process. It must be stated it's not feasible for the Bureau to take this same action for every single violation without proper resources and staffing to carry out everything from the kind of background investigation and having these types of hearings. Needless to say, it's required adequate resources. The volume of calls that we can get at times would require appropriate resources and staffing to take that on. And another, I guess the final thing here that determines how we approach exercising this is really the deterrence goals that the Bureau has. What is our long-term view here? The most feasible, and I say feasible again, taking into account the resources that we currently have, the most feasible enforcement option has been for some years now has been some type of retroactive replacement. Mr. Lewis, within his statement, mentioned that we seek to impose not just replacement, but replacement at a higher size than what would have been required as some type of penalty imposed upon property owners. But although this approach does make restitution for some trees that were removed, and in a way assimilates the tree removal permit process, which is replacement of trees, in reality, it essentially conveys a message of permissiveness by the city, that the penalty for unpermitted tree removals is replanting, and it's not consistent with what the ordinance spells out, what the intent of the council was at time of adopting that ordinance. It is in reality for this penalty to be imposed with the long-term goal to deter individuals, property owners, developers from taking this action and then saying, well, what's the worst that the city will do but make me replant a couple more trees? So to reverse this message, to deter the unpermitted protected tree removals, the Bureau decided to exercise its discretion pursuant to LAMC 4606 and request the withholding of building permits. And beyond the benefit of replacing trees on this single site, in this specific single instance, withholding of building permits upholds the intent of the City Council and conveys a message that unpermitted protected tree removals are not acceptable. The Bureau intends to pursue this enforcement option more often in order to deter unpermitted protected tree removals, considering also taking into account the board's determination in this particular case. I do want to just finalize by making note of the actual municipal code on the equal application and touching a little bit on what Mr. President Pro Tem Davis wanted to address was, how do we apply this equally moving forward? Again, in the Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 4606 starts with Section A, mentions the Bureau of Street Services, after notice and hearing pursuant to Sections B and C of this section, shall have the authority to request. And it does not state it shall request, but rather it shall have the authority to request. That specific section, again, empowers the Bureau to decide when it's something that should be pursued and when it shouldn't be. And I just wanted to, again, finalize by mentioning that the equal application aspect, I would personally love to see the long-term goal of deterring these types of actions through this means, rather than replacing trees specifically on specific lots with a short-term goal of just getting replacement, but again, rather the protection of trees that are already existing, the trees that have been there for 80, 100 years, 10 years, trees that are established. And to that note, I just want to touch on Mr. Monroe's point that he sort of alluded that 10-year-old trees are not all that important compared to 100-year-old trees. My role here is simply to apply and uphold the municipal code. And if the council found that a tree of a specific size which is 4.5 inches, the 4-inch diameter at 4.5 feet above ground level is important enough to protect. In reality, that's the only criteria that the Bureau looks at. That tree is important. That shrub is important because it's protected and it has it requires its protection. So with that, I hope to have answered this aspect of why the Bureau and how the Bureau goes about deciding to exercise this. The third aspect was any other previous case. I would ask, is that something that you would like to elaborate? How far would you like me to elaborate on the previous case that the city requested withholding of permits?
I do have that question, but right now I'm going to hold until we ask questions from the commissioners. But keep that answer in mind. I'm not going to ask it right now.
When you do ask about the case, I wanted to just correct a misstatement or a potential misstatement in the declaration that was read aloud that suggested the city lost that previous case. On the appellate level, the case was reversed in the city's favor. So with that note, we can address when the board has further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Can she repeat that?
Sure. Dina, we were asked by one of the commissioners if you can repeat your statement again. It wasn't clear.
Yes, sorry. So there was a previous lawsuit relating to Sullivan Canyon. I'll just, for the record and for the public, that case site is 2022 WL 2815451. It is an unpublished decision, but the trial court finding of an administrative writ then at the trial court level was against the city was reversed. So ultimately, the city prevailed in that case at the appellate level. And then any factual questions you have about the case, we can address at a later time. But again, in terms of 4606 and its application, you look at a case by case. It doesn't include a reliance on precedent.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkinson. Okay, Mr. Monroe, do you want to? Yes, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm glad Mr. Ramirez pointed out that Section 4606A of the ordinance gives the Bureau of Street Services, it says, shall have the authority to request a withholding of building permits. It's not mandatory. And so it's discretionary. And then over in C, it gives the four factors to consider in whether or not to withhold permits and how long. And those, as we've talked about before, the number of trees removed and relocated, the size and age of the trees. I think we've shown here that though 3 protected black walnuts were cut down, there was an elderberry that was probably not protected, but there were about 10 other trees that were not protected that were removed. And so keep in mind that this was not a clearing out of known protected trees. The live oaks on the property are still there. There's other protected trees still on the property, a black walnut, an elderberry. There's protected trees in the lots neighboring. One of the gentlemen here may have protected trees on his lot. So this was not a clearing out so that a developer could build a massive number of homes, and Mr. Crosby's not a developer. And the third is the knowledge and intent of the owners with respect to the removal or relocation. And I think we don't want to beat the dead horse too much, but that Mr. Crosby relied on tree contractors who misinformed him. And we have a video of the tree contractor being shocked when Mr. Hall caught him, and he said, "Oh, I thought it was a different species." And you have his statement; he didn't know. And then the fourth one was prior violations of law with respect to the actor, the property, and there's none. They admit there's none, and so there's really no basis to make him the first time ever an individual landowner is being asked by the Bureau to have building permits withheld. We did a Freedom of Information Act request to the city. There's never been a prior case where the Bureau of Street Services recommended that a private landowner's building permits be removed. Never. He didn't mention that they'd ever done it before. This is the first one. This is not the case to do that in. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe, and thank you, Brian, from the Bureau of Street Services. You both have been very elaborate, and I think it's time that I can turn this around for commissioners for any questions. I will turn this over to us. Any commissioner want to ask questions?
I went first last time.
I have questions too, but I don't want to be the first one to go up.
I have some
Vice President Villegas.
questions. I have some questions, and so I'll be interchangeably asking both Mr. Monroe and Mr. Ramirez some questions, just so that we get more information and context for our decision-making this morning. And possibly, city attorney's office as well. I just have the questions, not necessarily laid out in a specific manner, and then just a lot of time thinking about this, and I probably just should have written them down so that I could compile my thoughts as well. But I will do the best, just seeing the information that we have so far. So I just wanted to ask, just Mr. Monroe first, and your client, you know, when did you know that, if you can elaborate on this, when did you know that trees were needing to be removed? I'm going to start with that. And and how clear was the law to you that you needed to know that you needed to get a permit versus, as you have given us information, versus the arborist that had either like a seal on their car?
So the question again
Is how did you, or I'm just going to ask it, like, how did you know if you needed a permit versus when you asked for an arborist to go and remove trees? And from what I gathered from the last time that we met, you said that you got that information just from the seal of their car. So
I researched that company, and they clearly stated, not only on their website, but to me over the phone, that they were certified arborists. And it stated, then again, I brought up the seal because it says on the back of his truck, ISA certified arborist. And then I confirmed with him in person as that he was a certified arborist before he gave me the information.
Okay. And what I'm trying to get at is, did you think that that was going to give you authorization to be able to move forward with removing trees?
Well, as I understood it, that you do not need any permits to remove non-protected trees. And when he informed me that there were what we had requested be removed was not protected, we were absolutely fine to proceed.
Okay. So you were under the assumption that your arborist was going to be removing unprotected trees?
Absolutely.
Okay. And at what point did you communicate with the city for any protected trees?
The
Removal-
first communication I had with the city was the notice to comply, which I do not have the date. It was well after I had been in contact with any contractors. That all happened afterwards. Once I received a notice to comply, at that point, I think Mr. Ramirez and anybody from the city would agree, I did everything possible to help the city with their investigation and was very open with everything that had occurred. I was pretty appalled at what had happened from the companies that I employed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Then I guess, Mr. Ramirez, just a question for you. Do you know when they asked you for a permit for any kind of tree removals?
There was no permit on record, so we received again the emails from Mr. Jamie Hall. That was the first I got of it, reporting this violation, and simultaneously as we dispatch, as I dispatched the.
So there were none.
There were none. There were no
Okay.
permits on file.
All right.
No applications, previous applications
All
by
right.
Mr. Crosby.
I'm trying to determine, in your interpretation of notice to proceed, you thought you can start with construction? In your interpretation of a notice to proceed, did you infer that that was, you can start with your construction, with your project?
Please.
Did you?
I hadn't.
That may
done
be
some
the.
of the process to applying for soils reports, but we hadn't finished submitting the building plans
Okay.
to the city, so I hadn't expected to be able to start construction upon.
Oh, got it. Okay. That was the wrong term. But notice to proceed, you thought you can at least begin removal of the non-native trees?
Yes.
Okay. thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment that the term, the notice to comply with, it was after the violation had been reported, and that was what was given to Mr. Crosby, letting him know protected trees have been removed here illegally, and you need to provide the city a bit more context as to
Okay.
what happened here. That was the
Okay.
notice to comply.
All right, I'm just trying to determine at what point or what gave them the green light to remove unprotected trees. I'm probably using the wrong terminology, but I'm trying to determine where did you think that you had the green light to go and remove non-native trees?
As I stated, I don't believe any green light, so to speak,
Okay,
is required
okay.
to remove non-protected
Non-native
trees on anyone's
trees, okay. So then the crux of this is the identification of the landscape architect or the company that you hired that you were under the assumption knew the tree species and removed protected trees.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
If
you.
I may, Commissioner, to put it in context, the new wildlife ordinance that has not, I don't think, been passed, it would protect other trees. It would increase the number of trees, and if you're building on a small lot like this, you may have to plant other trees and that sort of thing. And so when Mr. Crosby found out that the green light was basically possibly being given for the wildlife ordinance on June 20th, he immediately took steps to try to move any unprotected trees that
Yeah,
might.
saw that in here.
So, okay,
Okay.
to put that in context, that was the reason to get a tree permit to remove protected trees. If he'd been told there are protected trees there, he would have had to start the process of getting a certified tree report and applying for the permit, and that takes time. He was kind of trying to protect his property.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I did have a question, and I think you were going to ask about you were going to provide us additional information, and I think Mr. Monroe alluded to it in his letter, but you were going to provide information on just the previous, and you said case, not cases. Case? Okay, so it's been one only?
Come to the mic.
Only one
Yes,
case?
only one.
Okay, I will say as a resident of the city of Los Angeles, and this is an opinion, so I'm just going to put it on record. Many people do this and remove protected trees. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that many people do this, and they don't know that they're removing trees, or may not even know the difference. Okay. So I'm surprised that our urban forestry division only has one case. Go on. Go ahead.
So you would like me to elaborate on that previous
Yes.
case? Okay. So Ms. Hopenstand read the reference to that, and the decision was appealed. It went before court.
Context, like where was it located? What year? How big was it? How many trees were removed? Just a little bit more context. Sorry to interrupt you.
I was able to pull up some kind of stats on what it was. Would you like me to read an address for it?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think, Miss Hoppenstead said it was Sullivan Canyon, but I just didn't know what's the gravity of the case? Like, how big was it?
It was 1834, 1838 Old Ranch Road. They were seeking to build 2 single-family homes. The description that I found on file per all the transmittals and in the report, it appears that they removed 2 California sycamores, which were 20 and 16 inches in diameter, 1 California live oak, which was 16 inches in diameter. A total of 3 trees were removed without appropriate permits. This took place on September 29th, 2014 through December 15th of 2014. The chief forester at that time was Mr. Timothy Tyson. He sent out the same administrative hearing notice on December 17th, 2015. The hearing was scheduled for Friday, January 15th, 2016. And the request to LADBS was to revoke permits for 5 years. And this was the director at the time, Nazario Sauceda. That's some of the just generic information that I was
Okay,
able to.
that's helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I don't have any more questions right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice President Villegas. Just to follow, to piggyback a little bit more on Vice, and I have my own questions about Vice President Villegas. So just to be clear, that happened in 2014. They had an appeal hearing here with the commissioners at that time. Am I correct?
If they had an appeal hearing here at the Board of Public Works.
Did they?
Yeah, I mean, the case was the trial court case and Sullivan Equity Partners, I called it Sullivan Canyon. It related to the process. It wasn't anything to the substance of the ordinance or the withholding or the action taken. It had to do with an argument of bias at the board that was then ultimately shown to be reversed at the appellate level, that there wasn't evidence. So it's a much different, I just wanted to point out substantively it was different. And there may also be another case, we're looking into it now, that where it was not a revocation of permit, but a moratorium taken in a matter Yonhei Shin versus Board of Public Works, also under this ordinance, but I'm researching that matter now. So it's not generally employed 4606, but there are a few additional examples that have existed since the policy has been enacted. And did want to note, since I'm at the podium at this point, that there has been a little bit of a blame the contractor approach that we've heard in this board and before the commissioners, and the policy taken and what 4606 reflects is a policy to take a penalty against the landowner and not the contractor. So that was something, theoretically the council could have taken a different action when it adopted the ordinance. That's not what it took. It did not take a blame the contractor approach. The remedy and the enforcement mechanism here is against the landowner.
Okay, I don't think I'm still clear. So that case in Soledad Canyon back in September 29th of 2014 was a 5-year penalty of no construction. Is that correct?
Yes, 5 years.
That's what they went to the UFD hearing, and that's what was determined at that time?
They had a hearing, and subsequent, the property owner appealed to the board. And
then they came to board, and then what were the results of that board hearing?
I personally did not go back in the record to pull.
Can we just get the answer to that? What were the results of that hearing?
From the appellate record and the case cited that there was a revocation for 5 years of the building permits, and then additionally the grading permits which flowed from the building permits were likewise revoked.
And that's what the commission at that time voted for?
Correct.
Okay, and then it went to court, like a judge court, right?
Correct.
And the city's determination, the board's determination was overturned.
It was overturned on allegations of bias by that board and by some of the officials who
were on the board. Okay, got it. That's why we had very strict rules this time around. Completely understandable. Then you also stated that once the city was overturned, the appeal was overturned. Did it re-overturned?
After the trial court, then the matter was appealed by both the city and by the developer, the plaintiff in that case, because of a finding on one of the two causes of action. At the appellate level, the Court of Appeal reversed the administrative writ against the city that the trial court found, saying that there was no concrete evidence of bias, that the administrative writ was reversed. In theory, it then kind of reverses back to the trial court. I don't know the administrative proceedings thereafter, but I believe that that the developer did not, or the plaintiff did not end up proceeding with the development, so the whole case became moot ultimately. But there were two causes of action, and at the appellate court, it is clear that the city prevailed.
So at the end of everything, what was the final judgment?
5 years is
The 5 years. The 5 years stood.
revocation stood.
Okay.
And that the grading permit, which was also revoked since there was a revocation of the building permit, that the challenge to that was mooted. It stood too.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
May I just make a final comment to that? The time that is ultimately adopted and specified begins from the time the Bureau is made aware of this removal. So in that particular case, we're in 2024 now. This occurred in 2014. It's 10 years. If it was only 5 years, again, that time of span of time would have already elapsed, and they would have gone above and beyond what they needed to comply with.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. All right. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Corson?
I have a statement and a question. I mean, reading everything here, it doesn't give space for intent. It doesn't give space for whether you're a small developer, a big developer. It just says if you remove protected trees. So by that logic, I think that part is open and shut. Like, you remove protected trees, whether you knew they were protected or not, whether what the intent was. The code doesn't lay out anything other than were they protected and were they removed without a permit. So really, for me, it comes down to how did you come up with the 7 years? Because we are establishing precedent here as a body, and so I just want to make sure that where we land is what is the precedent we would like to set, as a statement that goes back to the department and then the hearing officer, once again, if it's appealed, on where we see the terms of years for. But I want to know how they got to 7, because if the maximum is 10, so I know we kind of touched upon it last time, but I want a fuller explanation as we are making our determination here, because I don't think you can speak for the hearing examiner on how they got to 4, but I want to hear how you got to 7.
For this particular case, yes. Taking into account the information that was before us, before the public hearing, before we actually got to obtain any significant, statements that were presented at that hearing, the only thing the Bureau has to rely upon is what's before us at time of the on-site inspections, any information we're able to gather, any previous record that we're able to find. There is no public record request for us to pull any emails or interactions, conversations that the property owners have with their clients. So the only thing we have is what is before us. The reason for the 7 years, in reality, there's no formula of diameter versus species taking into account the age and size of trees. Given that there really was not a precedent to try to guide that decision, the only one in the case was that old ranch that was 2 sycamores and 1 coast live oak, requested the 5 years, and the board adopted that 5 years in a way that set a little bit of kind of a guideline and boundary. 3 years, 3 trees being removed, and it was 5 years. In this case, it was 7 trees and 1 shrub. I personally cannot speak to consideration or try to make up a formula for that. I thought it was a little bit more that was removed from the original case that the board adopted at one point, again, which was 3 trees, 5 years. This one was 8 trees, and I thought 7 years, making the recommendation and in consideration with the Bureau to make that recommendation for the hearing officer to consider and to weigh. I think it was more of a matter of quantity of trees that were removed here as the primary factor, but also taking into account the presence of the property owner, him being made aware that all came into play.
I believe that Urban Forestry Division was answering the question of what was in the mind of the Bureau and making the recommendation. I just wanted to point out that 4606C does contain factors that go into the determination, whether it's this board, the hearing officer, or even maybe the Bureau's recommendation as well. And it does include knowledge and intent as one of those factors, the number of trees, size, age, et cetera. So just wanted to point your attention to that.
Correct, but that's a factor for the penalty, not a factor on as an out.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So, sure.
Mr. Ramirez at the hearing accused Mr. Crosby of having a protected tree report, having a map that was prepared as part of a protected tree report, that he knew they were protected trees, and argued this was an intentional, knowing, and flagrant violation. He's also referred to the 18 emails from, well, a total of 200 emails from the neighbors as an impact statements. As impact statements. And normally in any criminal proceeding, impact statements come after a finding of guilt, not before. Now, Mr. Crosby was told something else by Mr. Ramirez. Would you care to tell the commission?
I was certainly informed with Mr. Ramirez when I had asked about the procedure involved in this particular case, why this particular case was having the hearing that we had, and he had informed me that because this is a high-profile case, to quote his words.
Look, I hear you, but there are 4 factors, and then in the subsection it says that no one factor outweighs the other. So even if I were to put, and I said this last time, if I put intent and knowledge aside, because that's where the dispute is, it still leaves 2 factors, and it's all equal. So I hear you, and I'm giving you that and telling you, okay, I will accept that intent and knowledge, we'll put that aside, but still based on 2 factors, it still can be justified for 10 years. It can still be justified for 7 years. It can be justified for 4 years. I think what we as a body have to decide is what is the statement we want to send going forward. And yes, unfortunately or fortunately, you're the first one. It's easier, believe it or not, that you are an individual and not a major developer, because we are going to probably end up being a little bit more lenient than we would be with the major developer. And while it may suck for you, this penalty, whatever we come up with, trust me when I say that it's taking into account that you are one individual and a small developer. And I know it sounds unfair, but it's just the way the code was written, and it was updated in 2021, and this is the process we're in. So for us, it's figuring out what is the time or penalty.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson. Commissioner Vice President Villegas.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask our street services, Mr. Ramirez, in terms of time, when does the clock start ticking?
It would have been when the Bureau became aware of the tree removals, which
So
would
over the
be
summer
July
last year?
7th of
Okay.
2023.
So that's July 7 is what you said.
Let me confirm that here. Yes, July 7th.
Okay. So they haven't been doing any work on their property since then?
To my knowledge.
Okay.
we have not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. I don't see Commissioner Reyes. Do you want to go before me? Okay, I'll ask a couple questions. And this can be for, I'm going to start with you, Bureau of Street Services. Why, based on Mr. Monroe, Mr. Crosby's statements and the timelines and everything we have been presented, why would two contractors tell him that there were no protected trees? Why would that happen?
I can't say with certainty. I know that there's different quality contractors. I don't know really their specific credentials, what type of contracting license they had. To my knowledge, again, the first contractor may have been a contractor. Just throwing out my personal observations here. Sometimes I've seen cards be delivered to my personal residence, and it's a contractor number, but it's when I look it up, it's like a landscaping or drywall license. But they can give the impression that they have some tree knowledge, and just because they can do the tree work doesn't really give them the credentials that may have occurred here for the first contractor. Why they would have said that no protected trees occur here, again, I can't speak to the quality or the training of the staff for each company.
But two arborists or two different tree companies told him that there were no other protected trees. Why would two separate arborists or certified or landscapers or whatever you want to call them tell him that? And then my second question, did we look up these licenses to make sure that they were contractors that can qualify to say yes or no? Did we do that?
After the fact,
Yeah, now, like now, yesterday, a month ago.
I do recall that at one point I did look them up, and I believe that was the case, that the first contractor was a contractor, but he didn't have his I believe it's a D49 license.
He did not have the appropriate license to make that determination. The first contractor.
To contract tree work in reality, as far as the determination or ability to remove a protected tree, I think that goes, the ordinance speaks a little bit more of the appropriate credentials along the lines of the tree expert, that registered consulting arborist, things of that nature.
Okay, so there's two licenses here, two different, hang on, Ms. Hoppenstein. Two different contractors here with two different licenses, and both said, no, we do not have any protected trees in the area. That's what the statement is, right? Correct? Okay. And then we also have an ex-UFD or a former UFD employee who I'll leave that to the side right now. I just want to know, did we, the city, now that we're in this appealing hearing time, did we make our due diligence and did we find out if these contractors were appropriate to make those determinations, yes or no? I just want a yes or no answer.
No.
No. Okay, so we don't know if these so one of the factors we're trying to determine here based out of the four factors on 8 AMC 46.06 is factor 3. The evidence shows that the property owner knew or did not know, should have known, intended or did not intend it. Okay, based on that, given that Mr. Crosby is not a native of the city of Los Angeles, that he has moved here from another country, I'm going to take that into consideration for now. He was relying on the professional recommendations of first arborist and then second arborist, and both said no. Is that right? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, so we haven't determined whether one arborist or the other one had certified to say that, have we?
The second arborist was an ISA certified arborist. Whether or not that gives I guess a person in the profession the ability to identify trees, I believe they have some identification knowledge as an arborist. You're expected to have some, but even then, I think the requirement for a property owner to procure the services of a tree expert, as outlined in the ordinance, speaks to that and addresses really what the level of knowledge should be. That process wasn't followed, and it could be.
Got it. So, but based on the what my answer, when I first asked the question, we determined that the first tree company did not have the right qualifications to determine whether there was a protected tree or not. Correct? So 1 out of 2 was definitely not the correct professional to make that identification. 1 out of the 2.
Yes, correct.
Okay, what about the second one? Did he have the correct certification to make those proper determinations?
I'm trying to understand the correct certification. He was a ISA certified arborist, and there are some arborists that will identify protected trees if they've been in that particular field and knowledge and exposure to protected trees. But I've also seen ISA certified arborists not be very aware of Los Angeles native trees. So whether or not they have a correct credential, the actual correct credential would be as per the ordinance, a tree expert, as defined in that ordinance, to make that report for submittal to the city, for the review of the city, and finally for the approval through the city. So this particular arborist, if he would have gone through the process of submitting a permit request, he would not have had the credentials needed to walk the property owner through that process.
Was that the first company or the second company?
The second company.
So based on what you're just telling me now, both companies did not have the appropriate certification to make the appropriate recommendation to Mr. Crosby. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, based on what we've said, we've also received, for lack of a better word, fake licenses. And we me as a normal resident of the city of LA, I would not know which one's real and which is not. I'm just gonna be very honest. Okay, thank you for that. I feel like Ms. Hopenstein wants to share something. I'll let her put in the mic.
Just 3 points of clarification. I believe your initial question to Mr. Ramirez was why certain companies or certain people would have represented, made statements or gave certain representations of authority to the appellant. And Mr. Ramirez gave his best guess and speculation, but he's not in the ability to know who said what and what their motives were. But he gave that response to you to the best of his ability, even though it was his best guess.
Correct. We understand that.
I did want to just also clarify that the testimony at the hearing, and it can be confirmed, is that the attempt to hire an arborist, if any, was before July 7. There was the 2 tree companies that were interviewed or that had the site visit and met on June 22nd, that wasn't an intent to hire an arborist. And also you have to put in perspective what you all saw in the video once the technical difficulties were worked out, that there was specific demonstration by the community members, I believe it was Mr. Hall, showing this is a black walnut, the tree. So this is a situation where there was specific notice, actual notice to and irrespective of
he's
it
not a
being-
certified city employee to make
irrespective-
those determinations. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, he is not, but
He's a resident of the city of LA.
The property owner was essentially put on notice of a belief at minimum of protected trees on site, and we have confirmation by his own witness, the property owners, the appellant here, that undisputed, three protected trees were removed, and at least one of them were removed.
We're not disputing the fact that, okay, thank you, Ms. Hopenstein. Just for the record, we're not disputing factor 1 and 2, which are evidence of present known number of protected trees have been removed. Clear. But there's also 3 more factors to that. The second one is the trees range from sizes. Got it. We got them. They did it. They're guilty. But there's the factor 3, which is evidence shows that the property knew or did not know. And if he's taking the recommendation of certified arborists, but technically they're not certified arborists because they don't carry the right license, I'm trying to understand why would 2 different arborists tell him that there were no protected trees? I'm trying to understand why 2 of them would tell him that.
I like Ms. Hopenstein said, I can try to guess at that.
Yeah, it's fine. We already answered, so thank you, Brian. Don't That's fine. Because we're here to figure out, a bottom line, we know factor 1 and 2 is clear. The trees have been removed, no one's happy about that. Understood, no issues. Sizes and range, we understand that as well. The fourth factor is, are there any evidence of prior violations by the law? Mr. Monroe, is this the first time that Mr. Crosby is going to build in the city of Los Angeles? Can you come to the mic?
Yes, he's never owned a home before.
He's never owned a home before in the city of Los Angeles.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. To Brian, the black walnut species became part of the ordinance 46.01 when?
The black walnut has been protected. I don't know what the case file would be, but it's been a protected.
Since what year?
The inception, maybe Miss Attorney's, Mr. Ted Jordan. Specific year.
Ted Jordan, Assistant City Attorney. We can get that information for you. It's a matter of looking in the history, but I can tell you it was done before 2010 when I started serving as the board.
Okay, so before 2010. And what about the Mexican?
The ordinance used to be the oak tree ordinance, but many years ago, the other tree species, black walnut, California bay laurel, sycamore, were added. So the best I can tell you right now is before 2010.
Okay.
And I think it may have been well before that.
Okay, what about the Mexican elderberry?
The Mexican elderberry and the elderberry and the toyon were added more recently, and I believe they were added in 2021. But
Oh, that's fairly new then.
Our staff will confirm.
We'll confirm, okay, because 2021 is fairly new. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Yes, Mr. Monroe.
At some point, also, there was the diameter size was changed from a 6-inch to a 4.5 or so. And I'm not sure when that happened, but I have heard some of the people that Misha talked to say they thought 6 inches was the rule, and it's now 4.5.
We'll get clarification. Do you know that, Mr. Ramirez, if the Mexican berry it was at a certain size, it's a certain size that's, if it gets to a certain size, it's considered protected?
Yes, it is the exact same as the tree. So the same criteria for the tree applies to the shrub, and it's in cumulative diameter.
And in this case, did Mr. Crosby Mexican elderberry met that threshold?
The findings that we were able to make corroborated with the fact that those trees were protected, and that was taken from a survey on record. It was part of the transmittals during the hearing examiner's review. It was in the transmittals. That survey had specific trees plotted, and it had a diameter associated with each of those trees. And typically the diameter by any survey is at standard height at about 4.5 feet from the ground level. That was the measurement that we took when urban forestry went out, and is the case for every tree removal that we go out. For the most part, it happens after the fact, and what we have is species identification through a stump. Usually all the wood is gone. It's sometimes we get out there and we see the actual trunk and leaves and things like that. So the Bureau has the burden of proof to show that those trees were protected, and making conclusions from the stump. Sometimes the taper of a tree will differ.
Yeah, I'm looking for a specific answer here, not a generic answer. I want to know if the Mexican, give me a second, I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Mexican elderberry met the threshold to be considered a protected shrub. On Mr. Crosby's.
It did.
It did. It did because it measured.
I'd have to pull the map, but the stump and the diameter of that survey far exceeded the protected size.
Okay, that's your determination as the urban forest.
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to supplement the question about how long the California black walnut has been a protected tree in Los Angeles.
Okay.
We're looking for the ordinance, but in a report of Council File 13-1339, it references that in 2006 was the update, adding the Western Sycamore, the California black walnut, and California bay. And then we did confirm that the elderberry was a 2021 update. So we're confirming that information now, but it appears to be at the same time that 46.06, that ordinance took effect.
Okay,
As
so
to the
in
elderberry.
2021, there was a modification to 46.01, adding the Mexican elderberry as a protected shrub?
Yeah, that appears to be the correct date, yes. But the California, the walnut, the black walnut is a 2006 change to the city's ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Monroe.
Again, Mr. Ramirez has referred to a map that had trees on it as a tree survey. It was not a tree survey. Mr. Lewis at the prior hearing said it was not a tree survey. It was not prepared by a tree arborist. It was simply a map of the property that was used to lay out the building plans. And that there's no evidence when that was prepared, when those trees were marked, or how the sizes of them were. Also, Mr. Lewis made clear in his report that the elderberry tree that was removed, there was a stump and there was growth out of the stump. And you can see in photographs that it did not reach the size of a 4.5-inch diameter, so that elderberry was not protected. But that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Okay. I have a couple more, but I have one question as well. And this might be for our city attorney. Is this area zoned to be development use? For housing, for home, single-family residence?
To my knowledge, yes, it is a residential zone.
It is a residential zone determined by the planning department.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I'm gonna hold off right now. I think I have I want Commissioner Reyes to ask a couple more questions, and then also Vice President Villegas. Commissioner Reyes?
So this question is for the city attorney to kind of help me out based on factor 3 on the evidence that the property owner knew, did not know. So it's on the knowledge part because really the owner has an intent, the intention is to build, right, on the property. So based on like my knowledge of what has transpired, the question is ignorance is not a defense issue, kind of, if you can explain it, because for me, if you are a property owner, you have to have due diligence from the very start. There are many ways or means to get to know what the ordinance really meant and what those trees in your property can sort of like, I'm like looking at the knowing that harm is probable because those non-protected trees are maybe mixed in with protected trees. So that knowledge thing is a question for me, and the ignorance of not knowing anything about trees, is that a defense under the law?
So I'll share with what the ordinance says, and then, of course, you have your city attorney staffing board today who can address the question separately. But the knowledge and intent factor that weighs into the determination doesn't give any parameters that it must be actual knowledge as opposed to what's called constructive knowledge. The exercise or failure to exercise due diligence or failure to exercise reasonable care under the law in other contexts, for sure, is actually an example of intent. So very rarely do you have in cases when there are knowledge and intent, a statement. I knew there were protected trees. Of course, if such a statement existed, open and shut, it would make everybody's lives easy. But oftentimes the decision makers, the bodies such as yourselves, have to rely on reasonable inferences and have to utilize common sense based on all the information before you. So we have here, whether or not it was by a city official, you have a clear communication to this property owner that maybe other property owners don't have, of there are protected trees, not just oaks, you know about oaks, but protected trees on this property. Beware, take care. And so based on that clear, direct communication, whomever it was from, but it was to the property owner themselves, you have at minimum on June 28th, that notice. And so you have before you what knowledge and intent and due care may have preceded the June 28th cutting, and also what knowledge and due care may have preceded the July 7 further cutting, where we know protected trees were removed. There are some inconsistent, I will submit that before this board, there you have the direct testimony, of course, of the appellant himself, but there is some inconsistent testimony. If indeed the arborist the individual who purported to be an arborist, and we have no reason to dispute, he's not before you, but the evidence was that he represented to the appellant that he was an arborist, said there are no protected trees, then why in that email, the same day that the appellant met that arborist, said, do not take oaks and protected trees off my property? If you were just told there were no protected trees, that admonition, which you know didn't work in June 28th, doesn't make sense. It's not common sense. So I will submit that your board has the ability, and you have the evidence before you, direct, circumstantial, inference, and common sense, to take all of the evidence and weigh the credibility of all of the witnesses to make the determination, including our knowledge and intent.
Thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Ms. Hoppenstein, but I would dispute from that, in my opinion, whether he put protected, and don't, if I'm sitting here as a resident of LA trying to build something in my house and I don't know the species of my trees, I would tell my arborist, don't cut the oak trees, and also don't cut any protected tree, period. That's not a inflict of guilt. That's just like, I'm telling you, don't. I'm seeing it differently than the way you are seeing it, and that's fine. This is what we're here for. I do not see it that way. I see it as, I'm telling you, don't cut any protected trees, because I, as a resident of the city, do not know which ones are protected and which ones are not. Also, almost to the point to Commissioner Reyes, it might be that it was a diverse section of trees where there was some protected mixed in with non-protected. I'm not excusing anything. I'm just saying that could have been. I don't, it's my matter of opinion because that's the way I see it. I've already heard you state that twice. I know that that's the way that you guys hear it, but I'm hearing it differently, and it's my matter of opinion versus your matter of opinion, and that's not what it's in question here anyway.
Yeah, I wanted to give you the ordinance number. I'm not. I hear what the board and commissioners have, what President Garcia just shared with us. The ordinance relating to that you had asked about in 2006, making the update for the Southern California, the Walnut. Is ordinance number 177404. Just wanted to provide.
What year was that?
2006.
2006. Okay. Thank you. So again, I'm going to go back to why I just want to get clear, because as a landowner, you bought this property knowing that this was zoned to be constructed for a single family home. That's why you bought it. Okay, correct. So you bought it for that. At the time, on June 20th, by the Plum Committee, they asked, unanimously voted to approve the proposed wildlife ordinance with some additional modifications, correct? To our staff? So what does that mean when on June 20th that wildlife ordinance with some additional modifications were implied on this property? What does that mean? Anyone?
I believe that the intent of the wildlife ordinance is to provide more protections, not just for protected trees, but even what the planning department calls significant trees, meaning whatever was removed aside from protected trees per the ordinance, this wildlife ordinance would require additional reviews and approvals by the planning department to be able to remove something that would not require permits typically in our current process.
Okay. And so that by the Plum Committee was said that on this property, that the wildlife ordinance would be implied. Is that correct? By law?
I
City
personally
attorney?
have not followed that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The
Whether,
question is, on June 20th, the wildlife ordinance was imposed on this property. Is that correct?
oh, I would have to go back and check that. I'm not exactly sure whether that ordinance was only with respect to this property or it's just a general ordinance.
Okay, because that's important to know.
I understand it, that wildlife ordinance would actually affect a very large section of Los Angeles, from beyond Laurel Canyon all the way through to an area around by the 405. As I understand, it's a very big area.
Does that include your property as well? Okay. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this out. So let me go back to the contractors. There was 2 contractors that came on site, looked at the site, and said, these oak trees are protected. These southern black walnut are not, or did not make a mention of the black walnut. Is that correct? 2 different arborists, 2 different tree companies came out and
There
said
are
that.
actually 3, ma'am, that
3.
came up. On the first instance, before I hired the first contractor, I met with 2 contractors on site, and both of them, I pointed out the area very specifically to them, that I had the plans for the property. We looked at the oak tree specifically because the plans had already, as we've mentioned, gone around that, and they said that there were no protected trees in that area and that we were fine to proceed.
Okay, so how quickly can you look up the licenses that were, not you, Mr. Crosby, but City Attorney's Office? How quickly can you look up the address, the licenses provided by the 2 different contractors that were on site? I want to know if they have the proper license to make the proper determination and recommendation. And not from you, Mr. Monroe, but from our team.
I can have that for you. Maybe I can work to get those if we get the numbers.
Yeah, can we cross that? Because that's an important factor. If you look on a website and you look at licenses, you don't know what licenses they are, and you trust that what they're saying is the truth, then I want to know, before we make any final determination, I want to be clear that Mr. Crosby got the right recommendation and that in his world, he was hearing from professionals. But if they were not professionals, then I want to hear what certification they had or they did not have. And so with that, I'm going to propose it's 12:24. I'm going to propose a 20-minute break. One for the city. Is 20 minutes enough or 30?
Maybe 15 minutes would be enough. President Garcia, and I don't want to deviate or change topic here, but the license that you're referring to, it's I assume it's a contractor state license board, the CSLB, which oversees the contracting that takes place in California. That in reality, it's separate from any credential to make some tree determination relative to an ordinance to the city. So I think I would defer that question on really how much should the contractor should have known, and if they didn't know and they placed the property owner in that position where they're here now before the city.
Exactly.
That should be an issue of the property owner and the contractor state license board and some type of appeal in that matter, my opinion.
What I want to know is that this is factor number 3. Did he know or did he not know? Was this intentional or not? That's what we're trying to determine here. At the end of the day, we're trying to determine if Mr. Crosby did this intentionally or not. Your position or the position of our department and the city attorney's department is that he did do it intentionally because there was a text and because there was some kind of timeline. The position of Mr. Crosby is that he got three different tree companies stating that the only protected trees on site were the black walnuts. I'm sorry, the oak trees. And at no point, three arborists said or looked at the black walnut and said those are protected. That's the bottom line, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's the bottom line that we're here for. So I want to know if the persons or the companies that gave Mr. Crosby that recommendation to go ahead and remove 7 black walnut trees, were they professional with the right credentials to make those determinations or not? Because then that tells me if Mr. Crosby did it intentionally or not to make a decision here.
Respectfully, though,
Commissioner Corson.
the code itself is indifferent on whether it was all 4 or just one of the factors.
I understand
right?
that.
So it specifically says that no one factor outweighs one another.
Correct.
So whether they were licensed or not licensed, whether they were certified or not certified, the law also doesn't give a space to go after the arborist. That's a private party issue.
I'm not going after the arborist. I just want to know if the recommendation that Mr. Crosby received was accurate and was from a body that we consider a professional body that can make those determinations.
I understand, but we're getting into the weeds of a third factor that ultimately doesn't impact what our decision is going to be because 2 of the factors are accurate.
It impacts my decision because number 3 talks about whether he knew or he did not know, whether he did it intentionally or not intentionally. So I would want to know if a professional gave him this information with the right credentials for him to follow, go ahead and remove these trees or not. Or did he get wrong information? We don't know that.
Okay.
Do we know that?
I'm just saying, for me personally, like.
No, I hear you. That's why we're.
Even if one of 4 is true, we have to determine the penalty.
Correct.
And if he knew or didn't know, if he received the wrong information.
Correct.
It has equal weight.
It has all equal weight.
It doesn't impact.
But if it all has equal weight, then I need to know whether this was a correct or wrong information that he was given, so that I can weigh all of them the same.
May I just make
Sure.
one brief comment? In another instance where a property owner will contract with somebody through the Contractor State License Board, I've seen it's occurred where they don't get what they think they paid for, and they get a job done. It's not done right, and the city goes out and tells the property owner it's not right. The city doesn't take it up with the contractor, but rather the property owner to remedy that situation.
Right. I'm not asking to go after the contractor. That I'm going to leave that up to whoever needs to do that, not us. All I want to know is did he get information from a certified person that can make those recommendations. That's what I want to know. And by going to check on the licenses, we can determine if this company had the proper licenses to make that determination. And based on what we heard earlier, 1 out of the 2 did not have that right classification. Am I hearing things?
Just a thought, President Garcia. The knowledge and intent would have been a knowledge and intent at the time of hearing the information, the property owner's knowledge and intent. And if determining whether these arborists or professed arborists are certified properly or not now wouldn't necessarily affect the state of mind and knowledge and intent of the property owner at the time that he heard this information. So what would really be determinative would be what the property owner thought they were, not necessarily, just because we find out after the fact that they were properly licensed or not, doesn't necessarily change what the knowledge and
Well,
intent of the
it does
property
change
owner was.
because what he thought was based on what the recommendation of these two different companies provided, that information provided to him is what generated his thoughts.
Right, but then it doesn't matter if they are licensed properly or not, if they didn't tell him that at the moment. So
Well,
if they-
he's claiming that he was not told that black walnuts were protected trees.
Right, but we're talking about, who told him that. And what matters is whether the property owner, believed that these were properly
He believed that
certified.
they were not protected because two companies came out to tell him they were not protected.
Right, but who told him that? So it's a
exactly who told him that?
Right,
Was
but
it somebody professional that?
But then, what does it matter if we find out now whether they were professional or
It
not?
matters to me because we're here to either one, uphold the current appeal recommendation, recommend a different period of upholding of his construction. Do we approve less than the approved of the recommendation? That's what we're here for, right?
Right, but I guess the license status, like if we find out right now, oh, they were not properly licensed, or they were properly licensed, that wouldn't necessarily change the knowledge and intent of the property owner at the time he was told, hey, there are no protected trees.
Well,
on
if
the
somebody not qualified to provide that information to a property owner, then he got wrong information, which made him think and believe that he was doing the right thing by removing these trees. If he was given wrong and he was given proper information at that time, saying these trees were protected, and then he still cut them with that knowledge, then I can see the clear, blatant intention. But right now, I'm not seeing that because what I'm trying to understand is, did a certified arborist give him the correct information or not? Because that's the information he went by. I'm not agreeing on either one or the other. I just need to know that if I'm a property owner and I hire two companies and nobody tells me that there's 8 black walnut trees protected, I'm going to think that I'm good to go and I'm going to ask to get all the trees removed. I'm not saying I don't even have that kind of property. I'm just saying that would be my case.
But
if a company comes and tells me these are black walnuts are protected, and then I still cut them, then of course.
But it would be up to the property owner to determine that, like, to make sure that whoever's telling them this information is properly certified.
Correct, but we are here based on factor 3 as well to determine whether he did know or he did not know.
If I may,
Go ahead, Mr. Monroe.
I didn't read it all. The declaration of Raymond Salas, who was the first contractor.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Yes. The declaration of Raymond Salas, who was the first contractor, who was in the video Jamie Hall made. He is in his statement said that Mr. Crosby made clear he did not have a permit to cut protected trees. He made clear he did not want any protected trees cut down. He did not instruct us to cut protected trees. He asked me if, other than the live oaks, any trees on the map were protected. It was limited only to the area he wanted to clear for his home. And Mr. Salas says it was to my knowledge that the only trees protected on the property were the oak trees. I've been in business 7+ years now, but I'm not a certified arborist. Regardless, I work in the tree business, and I should know these important things. And he takes full responsibility for telling Mr. Crosby
I saw
they
that.
were not protected. And that's in his declaration. We were unable to get Frankie Lopez, the certified arborist, that was the second one that he referred to after Mr. Hall said you need a certified arborist to determine these things. We do have printed off the web on my computer what he did to research that company, California Tree Design, which advertised that they have certified arborists. And that was the only credential Mr. Crosby was looking for, is a certified arborist to come out there. And he told them, they've already cut some protected trees, I understand. Are we good to go on the rest of this area? And that Frankie Lopez, we tried to subpoena him here, and we were not allowed to use a subpoena. We'd be happy to do that going forward if there was another hearing on this. But we do have, and we can quickly provide these certifications that are on the internet that Mr. Crosby downloaded before he hired this second company.
I have that. This is your first or your second company that came on site?
Raymond Salas was the first to do work. He was the Mr. Crosby met with two different tree contractors. Mr. Salas put in a bid at 6,500. The other company gave a bid of 3,200. And Mr. Crosby persuaded Mr. Salas to come down in price, thought was a better company, and they went out and cut the trees. That was the one that during the middle of the process, before they'd finished, Mr. Hall and Ms. Polis advised them, hey, you're cutting protected trees, maybe. And they stopped that day. And that's when Mr. Crosby went online, searched out certified arborist companies, hired California Tree Design, and their online listing says certified arborist. And this was testified to at the hearing. Mr. Crosby met with Frankie Lopez on the site. Mr. Lopez says, I am an arborist. He said, are any of these trees protected? There's already been protected trees cut. And he said they are not. Now, they didn't talk about are these walnuts or not.
At that point, we didn't know what had been cut. When I hired the certified arborist at that point, it was trying to get some clarity of what was there, and I told him about some previous issues we'd had with the neighbors. What Jamie seems to have transpired, what Jamie Hall was saying, including on that video, some of the trees he was saying were protected were not. And so when I saw the certified arborist up there, I needed to be very clear with him, like, are we okay to proceed in this area? And it's a small area. That was remaining from the original plan. But that was the area I specifically asked him to check out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, but we need to take a break. We're gonna, Commissioner. We're going to take a 20-minute break. It's 12:37. We will come back, all of us in person, by 1 p.m. today. Thank you.
And I've paused the recording, President Garcia. So shall we go back into record mode, President Garcia? Excellent.
Establish quorum again.
Of course. Just let me see. And we are in record mode. President Garcia is TJ Knight, Acting Executive Officer, taking role in establishing quorum. We have President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, Commissioner Corsan, and Commissioner Reyes present. We are joined by City Attorney Representatives for Virginia Choi and Thomas Costello Vega. Once again, I'm Acting Executive Officer TJ Knight, and the time now is 1:05 p.m.
Thank you for that, Mr. TJ Knight. I want to just establish something for the record here, that we, this body, are not here to establish any precedent. We are here to listen to the case of this situation and determine by the facts of this situation. I just want to relieve us from the pressure that I'm hearing all around. I don't believe that we are stating anything other than listening to today's facts, today's issue, and going based on that. So I'm going to relieve us from saying that this is establishing precedent. It's not. Every case is different, every situation is different, and we will determine that every time we get a case, depending on the facts and the situation. I just want to say that for the record. All right. Given that said, again, we just came back for a short break. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. I was asking questions, but I can always yield my time for anybody that has any other questions, comments, or issues that they want to raise. Vice President Villegas?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask our Bureau, the owner, whether it's, we haven't established if, it was done egregiously or without knowing, but I just want to know, the owner would have still, let me backtrack. How long would it take to request the permits to remove the 7 trees and 1 shrub from this property?
Through an application process? Is
No, just through like your what did you say, allegation process? Through your application process. I'm
yes.
sorry, I didn't understand it. Yes, through your application process, yes.
It's typically 90 to 120 days. That is the application process. That's contingent upon what's presented.
Okay, 90 to 120 days. And is that just through staff time, or does that include the hearing that it would have needed anyways to come to this board?
That includes the hearing as well.
Okay, all right. So about 3 months.
Yes. 3 to 4
Yeah.
months typically.
Okay. All right. These trees would have still been removed if, the permit would have been requested.
I've not seen any plans, design
yeah.
plans,
Yeah.
conditions, things like that. I don't know outside of what was presented with the footprint of the structure. There may have been something that could have been done to save some of the trees. As I kind of see the overview, there was like some elements there that could have been adjusted to maybe preserve a couple of them.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. That was my question. Then thank you for that. If we are going to be, making a decision on this case, on timing also, because our information that we have before us says, either like a determination of either up to 10 years, and you're recommending 4, we still have a determination of the length of time. And so I just wanted to get, a perspective of, what that was going to mean for somebody who went through the process of, still having to pull the permits to remove trees for their property. And you said it was going to be between just 90 to 120 days. So thank you for that. I don't think I have any other questions for now, but it seems that just the time period is what we're going to have to be determining at this time.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Vice President Villegas. Brian, I just, out of, following up on my nature of the conversation before we took a break, were we able to find out what type of licenses those two license contractors carried?
I don't know that there's anything definitive. The testimony was that the first company was not an arborist. That was in the declaration that was submitted to this board and is before you. As to the second company, and again, not submitting the relevance of this, but the California Tree Design website refers to a D49 contractor's license with the state of California, license number 981709. This is based on today, so I can't tell you, and nor can I tell you that the appellant looked at the website, but it says our certified arborist, Robert Joseph, is on staff 5 days a week, and then says what they specialize in. I believe that the individual who consulted with the appellant per his testimony today and previously is Frankie Lopez, not Robert Joseph. But again, I don't know what research was conducted by the appellant and what the website said based on research. I have not found Frankie Lopez mentioned in this website. I can tell you what it says today.
Fair enough. Thank you for making the research on that. So just to state, company number one was an arborist, was not an arborist, so was not a qualified person to give him the correct information. And on 2 D49, is the D49 license considered an arborist?
It's for tree care operations that you're licensed through the CSLB to perform tree care operations.
Tree care operations,
Yes.
but not removal.
Removal, trimming.
And does this license also give the authority to determine what type of trees they are?
Tree identification is something that you wouldn't require any type of specific credential for. Mr. Hall here, he's land, I believe, environmental attorney or something he mentioned. To identify a tree, you don't specifically need to be a certified arborist.
I want to hear from our city attorney.
Sure. I'm reading from, this is the Contractor State License Board, and it says D49 Tree Service Contractor refers to Title 16, Division 8, Article 3 in the California Code of Regulation. A tree service contractor prunes trees, removes trees, limbs and stumps, including grinding, and engages in tree or limb guying. It does not make any mention of identification of protected species or not.
Okay. So based on what we heard just right now, my determination is that mine alone, nobody else, is that company number one it was not a arborist that provided that information, which is what he was required to obtain. And two, the second one was not also an arborist. It was a D49, which is tree maintenance, pruning, and so forth. Correct? Just for my knowledge, an arborist needs some kind of license, certification, degree?
To obtain a ISA certified arborist credential, I'm just kind of not quoting this, but to my knowledge, they need to have a level of experience in the particular field and pass some examination through that International Society of Arboriculture, and then they receive that credential.
Oh, I see. Okay. So there has to be an element of certification in order for you to be determined an arborist.
Correct.
Thank you very much. And therefore, on the two different companies, the folks that went out there and did a site analysis were not arborists.
The second company that we saw, they had an arborist on staff. I can't speak to who went there physically, and what I've seen in companies is they'll have numerous staff, and the credential that's posted pertains to one particular of those staff. I don't know who walked the site if they were.
No, understood. This is an important fact to me because I would, it's an important fact to me because that would determine the way I would think or move forward in developing a site. That's just what that was important to me. I understand that we are asking for a 4-year penalty of no construction, correct?
Yes, that would be requesting that the building and safety withhold the building permits for that
Okay.
period.
So in the 4 years, what do we expect for that space to look like? Or what's going to happen in the 4 years? What's the benefit of what is the benefit for us as a city as keeping that area empty? Because now it doesn't have the trees either.
As previously mentioned, the intent of the ordinance is not to keep lots vacant, but rather to enforce this as a penalty, and again, in the long-term goal, deter such activity on residential lots and
See, that's where I don't want to be played. I don't want this board to have that responsibility because every case is different and every case is unique and every case has a different set of facts and factors. So I'm going to relieve us from that. What I said from the beginning, I'm going to relieve this board from that pressure. We're not building precedents here. I understand the implications if we let one go or the other one go, or I understand what that message sends, but every case, we take every case separately and differently all the time. We do that all the time.
understood.
So I'm going to relieve this board from the pressure that I feel like everybody's trying to impose on this, including the appellants and our staff here. I think I'm looking at this case solely and individually, and I hope that every commissioner is as well. This is the case for this case only. So in the next 4 years, Mr. Crosby is not going to be allowed to replant any trees either?
He most certainly can replant trees if he wishes to, but as the city attorney has said, it's not something that would be imposed as a result of this tree violation or unpermitted removal.
We do it in other instances, correct? We do it when other folks have removed, well, they come and ask us for permission, then we grant that, and then we impose a 4-to-1 policy, right? They have to plant 4 trees per every protected tree that they removed.
For permitted removals, yes.
Yeah, for permitted removals.
Yes.
Okay. So on non-permitted removals, we ask them to keep that space empty.
Which would be the withholding or revocation request that would be made to building and safety is to not be
And
able
in
to
4 years, if we go that route, and in 4 years, would then the appellant have to do a 4-to-1 policy?
if there are no trees existing at that end of the 4 years, then he would not require any removal permits, and then he would not be required to replant.
But we're not imposing a 4-to-1 replanting plan?
For this case,
Yes, for this case. I don't, other cases, this case only.
no. So it would depend on what is existing after the 4 years. If there are protected trees that sprout that result to be protected, at that time, at the end of the 4 years, they're allowed to initiate their building process. And if those trees exist and they're protected, then the applicant would need to get a permit from the Urban Forestry Division. In turn, they'd have to adhere to the 4-to-1 replacement policy to remove those trees that would hypothetically exist at that future date.
Yeah, maybe I'm not asking the question clearly. My question is, why wouldn't we impose a 4-to-1 policy now, given that he already removed the trees? Why wouldn't we impose that policy now? Or not now only, but also in 4 years, given that that's the consideration?
May I provide some
Sure.
clarification? So the LAMC, so section 46, basically starting from basics, it's illegal to remove protected trees or shrubs. We all get that. And in most cases, unless an exception applies, that means that you have to obtain a tree removal permit. And as part of granting that permit, the board may require what you're talking about, the 4-to-1 replacement. But we are not in the permit world right now. Right now, we're in the LAMC 46.06 world, which comes into play if protected trees or shrubs are removed without the required permit. So that's a different paradigm. When that happens, the recourse that the Bureau of Street Services has is to ask that the superintendent of the LADBS, Department of Building and Safety, withhold or revoke permits as a punitive measure to the property owner. Obviously, there's nothing in 46.06. Once we're in the realm of trees already removed illegally, there is no requirement or recourse for planting replacement trees. Obviously, outside of the statute, if private parties agree with the city to do anything, that's there's nothing preventing that. But there's nothing in LAMC 46.06 that requires or provides for the replanting 4-to-1. And I think what Mr. Ramirez was getting at was after the expiry, like assuming the permit was withheld for 4 years, after those 4 years, if there are any protected trees remaining, the property owner can apply, and he desires to remove those protected trees, he may go through the permitting process, which is where the 4-to-1 replacement planting is required. But the trees that have been cut, they're already gone. And like I said, there's nothing stopping the parties from agreeing to replacing those trees, but 46.06 doesn't necessarily provide a mechanism to do so.
Understood. That's a missed opportunity because the trees were already removed. So technically, we should want to plant more trees there. And so now what happens is that we have an empty lot for 4 years. That's the alternative right there. Otherwise, maybe a more punitive approach of replanting trees would have been a better consideration. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just thinking that that's a missed opportunity on LAMC 46.06 that we should ask them to replant trees after, because if we go this route, then for 4 years it's going to be empty, and then if any protected trees after the 4 years are there, then it kicks in the other policy. But in the meantime, we should have a plan of action to replace the trees that were removed. But that's my position. I'm just gonna leave that right now. Vice President Villegas? Sorry. Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah. With regards to the replanting, I think it makes sense for me to have it done once the proper permits have been given, because it will depend on the plan that he has for his property, therefore where those trees are going to be located, whether they'll be on the side, where there's more available land, or it's not sloping, or if it's sloping, things like that. I think it behooves us to, when, I know we're getting into the weeds, but I think it makes sense to do that once the proper permit has been given. My question is on the date of July 7, 2023. That was the date moving forward. So if we were to withhold that decision for the 4-year withholding of the permit, that will end in 4 years. So that's in 2027. Am I right?
You're correct.
Okay. So the withholding of the building permit for that property expires July 6, 2027.
Correct.
Okay, just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Reyes. Vice President Villegas.
Thank you. I'm just going to start by just making some statements, but this has been really helpful. If we do move with like a 4-year period, the trees have already been removed, and that will be and by your recommendation, that would be the penalty. And, we do have climate change and a lot of erosion that took place this past February. We saw it in many hillsides. That would be a big impact for those that live, I think it's Kirkwood, just on the bottom, leaving it vacant for 4 years. Having said that, before us is this determination of 3 recommendations. And I'm not sure if this is going to be a motion or if it's, let me just finish my statement here. One of the issues before us that Bureau of Street Services and City Attorney's Office told us was, we have to make factual findings, and these are on the 4 factors. And although we have 4, and that's what the, that's what our respective bodies have told us. We have 2 factors that are still in the gray, and that's factor 3 and factor 4. And so, we have for Mr. Crosby, who's obviously not from this country, so I'm just taking that into consideration also, doesn't know our rules, and whether the city attorneys don't agree with that statement, I'm just making it known that, he's going by other things that guide his decision, which was the arborist that he had contacted. So that's why I feel that the 4 years is still, it's difficult to impose, and that is an opinion from me, and I'm surprised that we have, just for the record, a third party, not an employee of the city, as transmittals, and an interested party who wants to purchase, property from Mr. Crosby. And please know for the record that I don't take these things lightly, having, been the, legislative director for the Trust for Public Land. I know that, buying land for land conservation is very important. I understand that. But I do know that Mr. Crosby purchased the property by right, to be able to build his home for his family, and not knowing all the rules that were entailed here, and then having been placed in the decision that we are today, and not knowing, and we cannot prove factors 3 and 4, we can probably leave that for a court in the event that Mr. Crosby and Mr. Monroe choose to do so after this. And so my motion would be to, number one, find that illegal removal of protected trees has taken place at 8461 West Grand View Drive. And then 2, concur with the Bureau of Street Services findings and determinations to request the Superintendent of Building, Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, LADBS, to withhold the issuance of building permits, I would say for a period of 3 years, because we do not know the intent. We don't know factors 3 and 4, and then adjust recommendation number 3, deny the appeal of the Bureau of Street Services findings and determine the request for the Superintendent of Building, Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, to withhold the issuance of any building permits for a period of 3 years. That's my motion. The third one, I'm just reading off of the Bureau of Street Services board report, and that's to deny the appeal of the Bureau of Street Services findings and determination to request the Superintendent of Building, the Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety, LADBS, to withhold the issuance of any building permits for a period of 3 years. So both recommendation number 2 and 3 would be lesser than the 4 years stated by Building and Safety by 1 year. Unless somebody has something different.
Um, that was a motion. Well, just for the record, I would stand by the 4 years, but I will second that motion.
We can take a roll call if you want. I'm still grappling with a 3-year slash, just because what will we want to see? We're going to see an empty lot for 3 years. And at this point, we're not even imposing a replanting plan that would bring it to a whole. Even if we give him 3, 4, 8, it doesn't matter. We're still not asking him to make it whole. And we're still not asking any fines. All we're doing is saying, keep this area empty for the next 3 to 4 years.
Yes.
I'm having a hard time with that.
Do you want me to withdraw my motion until we get questions?
I'm like, no,
Oh.
I'm not asking anybody to do anything. It's up to you. If you want to, if we want to tabulate the vote, that's fine. I recommend that it's a 2-year period, but even if it's a 1 year, 2 year, we don't have a replanting plan. It's still going to be a construction with no 4 to 1 when there was 8 trees removed, and we can possibly have almost 32 trees put back into the lot. If that's that's what I'm having a hard time with, that we're not making that piece of it whole. And so I'm not quite ready to vote on that. I hear there's a motion, a second, so that basically triggers a vote. TJ?
Why don't we do this before we take a vote? Why don't we, as the person who proposed this and following Robert's Rules of Order, I will take off my motion from the table until those questions are asked. I mean, answered.
Okay. I'm gonna call back on you, Ryan, Brian, I'm sorry, in a minute. And Mr. Monroe, yes, I know you're asking to speak.
Yep. It's my first time going through these procedures. Mr. Lewis had anticipated at the hearing before the Board of Bureau of Street Services, talking about what's the remediation going to be, and that's what we prepared for at that hearing. And Mr. Crosby has agreed to replant, to do replacement trees. And I wonder if an option for this commission is to remand the case back to the Bureau of Street Services to negotiate adequate remediation by replanting. Because I understand the Commissioner Corson, that's how it's pronounced. There's 4 factors, but the statute doesn't say the 4 factors are all equally weighed. And it makes sense that if there's one tree cut but intentionally done, and the guy had a permit and denied, and he cut it anyway, knowledge and intent weighs more heavily. If it's a few trees but there's no knowledge and intent, I suggest there's some sliding scale that the different factors have to be weighed by. I also wonder, Mr. Davis is not here, and we had passed a prior hearing because there were only going to be 4 commissioners and not the full body.
That is true.
Could it be postponed till he's here?
That is true. I always, on special hearings like this, I always want to have all 5 commissioners present. Today, that was not possible. But the City Attorney, Virginia, Ms. Choi?
Could I just make a clarification? Sure. Under 46.06, there is no remand. Essentially, once the matter is appealed, the board's decision here is final. Obviously, the Bureau and Mr. Crosby, they are free to make whatever agreement they would like, again, outside of the statute, but there is no procedure provided for where the board can remand this to be reconsidered again.
I understand that, but the alternative is that we're going to have an empty lot for 4 years.
If I may also,
commissioners, and our oversight is to see the big picture of the city. And I'm just wondering that we as a city would rather see an empty lot than a lot
I will
with
also
replanted.
provide some clarification on that. This statute, council's intent in passing it was to be punitive. Essentially, you cut down trees you shouldn't have, so here's
Understood.
the punishment. Again, it's not a requirement that the land be empty. There's nothing preventing Mr. Crosby from replanting trees if he so would like, but this is just a punitive measure to withhold a permit for a certain period of time, and not necessarily, council wasn't necessarily wanting lands to be left empty or unused, but it's just somewhat an unfortunate consequence of having to send a message, essentially being punitive in doing something that was illegal in the first instance.
Correct. I don't want to send a message.
That's just, I know, I understand your position in not wanting to do that in the particular cases, but the intent of the ordinance itself, the universe of the ordinance, just speaking on it by
Agree.
itself, is meant to be punitive. Again, the parties are free to do.
Yeah, I understand the
anything like
punitive part of it. I completely understand, but based on the pictures that we saw last time, it looks empty. And so we're going to have an empty lot for 4 years just because we want to be punitive. Agreed, that's what the law states, that's what the council approved, everybody, I get it. I don't think we're fighting that part. I mean, guilty, yes, but number 4 is part of the factors we're also weighing in, and number 3. And number 3 is whether he did this on purpose or not. 4 has been determined that he has not violated or had any type of violation in the past like this. Is that correct, Mr. Monroe? Mr. Crosby has never had any type of violation or being culprit of something like this in the past.
That is correct, and that is undisputed.
Okay.
And again, so I think Commissioner Corzine touched upon this previously. So there's no question here that trees were removed illegally.
Yeah, we got that.
And the 4 factors that in order to determine the proper length of time that the permit should be withheld. So it's not, none of the factors are determinative, but here there's no question, there has been something bad done. And now we got to think about these 4 factors and kind of see where they land in terms of the duration of the withholding of the permit.
Correct.
So,
But factor 4 is there any violence or any evidence of prior violation?
right, and that
That's
can
why I
go
asked,
into whether
because
there
it's
should be
part of-
more time or less time in withholding a permit.
Correct. I understand that. So that's what we're trying to determine right now. Because to me, whether he did it on purpose, like I knew, they told me, and I still did it, it is more time or higher of an offense than I had 2 arborists without the right certification tell me improper, two different improper information. And that is, I continue to see number 3 gray, because I'm not understanding how 2 different companies told him the same information, that there were no black walnuts trees on properties that were protected. So that's still very, it's not clear to me. In that sense, also going back to the punitive part of this, given that this happened, then he wouldn't even have a fine to pay?
No, the municipal code doesn't have a section for fines.
That's only on the 41 protected trees that the policy we have.
That is a fee for the permit fees.
Okay, understood.
Would it help? Would it help if we asked the applicant if there would be if we could use this as an opportunity to build trees in the interim, if it's 2 years or 3 years or 4 years?
That would, city attorney?
I'm sorry, the question was whether the planting of trees could affect the period
Well,
of
I
use?
think it's our determination whether we can ask the applicant if there is an opportunity for them to plant trees in this interim of penalty that we're imposing on them.
The board may ask. There is nothing in the code that authorizes the board to require it, but the board can certainly ask, and if Mr. Crosby is agreeable to it, it can occur.
Yes.
I'll reiterate. We started this meeting asking what the previous board decision was. And we can say that it's not a precedent setting, but the reality is whatever we decide, however we decide, Mr. Ramirez, DBS will look at this and say, what is the board going to find acceptable and what has been set? That's one. Two, we have a greater responsibility of protecting trees, and that it's not an arbitrary choice for us as a body. That is what's been mandated by City Council, and we have to adhere to those requirements of what's before us and what has been set before us by decision makers in the city who have said this is, if you remove a tree without a permit, this is the course of action. These are the penalties, and here's the framework. And with all of that said, because of the language of the code, where there is no difference whether one, if it was just 1 or 4, it could be a maximum of 10 years. And 7 trees and 1 shrub were removed, or 6 trees and 1 shrub. And to me, that 4 years is fair. 4 years sends a message that if you remove trees without a permit, that's the penalty. It was not meant to be a slap on the wrist, please don't do it again. It was meant to be punitive, that each time it sent a message across the city that we as a city, by council action, approved by the mayor, take protecting trees across the city very seriously. And there is a process to go about it. And if you deviate from the process, there are consequences. And so I can settle for 3, but I understand the gravity of what we are trying to achieve and would ask for 4, but I will take VP Villegas's recommendation for 3 years.
Thank you. I will say that, by us getting to this point, it's not just council, it's not just I will say that this board has been pushing a lot also to be able to work closely with our bureau and closely with planning and building and safety to include urban forestry in decision making when issuing permits. I just wanted to put that on record because this has been many years of education on some of our own city family staff that we do take the natural environment and our trees, seriously, because we were getting a lot of permits just for staging areas and things like that. But we've been working closely with our own bureaus and with city planning on that effort. I wanted to say that just to clear the record, because I do know that a lot of us are all on the same page, and takes a lot of different steps and a lot of different action, also by council and also by this board. So I just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson and Vice President Villegas. I see Commissioner Reyes has her light on. Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, I just want to personally talk about how I feel about implementing what the spirit of the ordinance is, and it's asking us to protect the protected trees. And there's so many things that go into making that ordinance and executing it. And I know Commissioner Davis had voiced that it appears there are different solutions, being implemented, and what does that mean? For me, it's mostly there's a difference between equity and the equality of implementing it. We cannot equally implement it because there are some extenuating circumstances. So we have to take into consideration what's fair and reasonable. And at this point, I think our Bureau of Street Services has done its due diligence in really looking at all the circumstances that happened. I looked at the timelines and what happened during those specific timelines. And that's why I had that comment about the knowledge about, probable harm that could have been done because the trees were cut and there were some protected trees that were in the mix of it all. And really that knowledge of how I should be approaching if I'm an owner of the property that I intend to build. I will have my due diligence really, and exercise it, even if it take me more time, as long as I do it right from the very beginning. It's unfortunate that there are 2 contractors or even 3 contractors that are a property owner leaned on, but there are still a lot more ways and means to do that. It's also unfortunate that now that we have climate change, that those protected trees were cut. It should not have happened, but it has happened. And so we're now in this position. How can we make it whole? How can we remedy that? How can we mitigate that? But really cutting it wasn't the solution in the first place. Protecting it is the solution in the first place. So I'm going with the spirit of this ordinance and would want to, if we are going to reduce it to 3 years. I'm amenable to that as well, but we need to make sure that this is something that will stand out as a decision by the board, that we believe that this ordinance exists for the protection of those trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. As the president, it's our duty to kind of see all perspectives, including the perspective of what it will look like. The way I'm seeing this is that fully implementing the recommendations of your street services will leave an empty lot for 4 years at the end of the day. It's too bad that the ordinance, at least this one, doesn't come with a requirement to use some kind of replanting in order to make this area whole. I thought it was our bodies, we had the authority to make that happen, given that we are implementing 46.06, but we don't. And that's not, it would be best that if we could find a way to make this whole, but according to Ms. Choi or our city attorneys here, this does not require. It's a missed opportunity to implement a sanction that would make the area whole. So for now, this space is going to be empty for the next couple years. It's just that's the part that I'm grappling with. When we can find an alternative method to bring back trees to the area right away. Just a comment, statement, that's all. I understand that there is a motion by Vice President to reduce it to 3 years. I would argue and say that I would want to reduce it to 2 years. That would be 8 months or 9 months he's already been in the situation, plus another year of that. That's my recommendation. And the reason why I'm saying that recommendation is because I want to see trees planted soon. I would love to see trees planted next month to recuperate what happened. And if I can put a planning option to this, I would want the trees 4-1, pay the fee, if not possible, 4-1, and also pay the fee and put the biggest, what's the biggest size box we are able to put in? I think it was 60?
It depends on the slope of the hillside. As you get larger, it becomes kind of infeasible, not just on a practicality of installing those trees, but them being able to survive as the
slope, right? Well, obviously, we would need street services to put on a plan together for that.
And one thing I do want to mention, President Garcia, you mentioned if the desire is to replant sooner, I just want to be very clear and transparent that if there are no existing trees moving forward, the applicant really requires no permit to remove trees that are not there anymore. So urban forestry's ability to impose any replacement at that point would be non-existent. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, understood. Mr. Monroe.
I guess its city attorney has stated that the purpose of the statute is punitive. Now, in criminal law, a mens rea, a criminal intent, is required for every crime. And the fact that this is a punitive statute where this man had no knowledge or intent to cut down a protective tree, and there's no evidence that he did. You know, the hearing officer used a preponderance of the evidence standard, really at least clear and convincing evidence of criminal conduct. It's a punitive statute. And so the way this Bureau has operated prior to this case, except for one other time 10 years ago, was people met and agreed on how they would replant trees and remedy a situation. They never asked for the punitive before. And that's why we're appealing, is we're asking that this, without any evidence, and admittedly no evidence of knowledge, suspicion by Ms. Hopenstand, there's no clear evidence that he should not be punished. And we did, at the hearing, offer to replant trees. That was what we went in and did, and that's what Kelly Lewis suggested.
Okay.
But I hear I just wanted to make that point, is I think the knowledge and intent has to be a major factor in determining punishment. If for the worst guy, some guy goes out and does it all intentionally, knowingly, 10 years, when the man didn't know, 1 year to 2 years, we're willing to talk about planting trees. It's a new concept, but we're willing to talk about it. But I'm not sure that under the statute as written, unless we adjourn and negotiate with Bureau of Street Services, that's something you can order.
Yeah, I would want that, because I'm just seeing that, if we go based on what we have there just to be punitive, we're going to have an empty lot for many years. And that doesn't serve anyone. So that's what I'm grappling with. And the other piece I'm grappling with is that there's no clear evidence that Mr. Crosby did this on purpose. There's two folks that, out of the 4 factors, there's one that to me still remains gray. And that's why I'm having a hard time with taking this action at this time. Because to me, factor number 3 is still, he didn't, I don't see a clear evidence of Mr. Crosby doing this intentionally or with malintent. Go ahead, Mr. Ramirez.
Just a comment to that. Again, the intent, I think it's been established, the intent was to build. The level of knowledge, again, I think that's the crux of this discussion. From the time that the property owner was made aware of the walnuts, he should have reached out to the city as the agency to determine and decide if those trees were protected. But he relied upon his contractors, and Commissioner Reyes has stated that quite clearly that the responsibility of a property owner and any contracting that he does, ultimately the responsibility is on the property owners. And again, that communication was not there from the property owner to the city. If the city would have gone out timely and would have been able to provide that feedback, I think this would have been a different case. But again, the knowledge, he was told this is a walnut. He was shown the walnut. He had the knowledge, and if there was any question of that, there should have been some outreach to the city to confirm, and the city being the agency to say what something is and what it is not.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Ramirez. You guys were out there on July 7th, but by then the other trees had already been removed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, the city does not offer consulting services. Do you? You
No.
offer consulting services? You can call up and ask the Bureau of Street Services to come out and inspect your property.
Give me a second, Mr. Monroe. Agreed, he should have called the city official, is what I told him last time, that he, in the future, if somebody approaches him in that situation, trespassing his property, then he should have called the city official. I 100% agree with that. He should have called the city, 311, anything like that, not another member of the public, to get proper official information. So that was a mishap in this situation. When you went out there on July 7th, I take it you made him aware of everything that he had failed to comply with, correct?
On July 7th, by the time the initial inspector went out, it was later in the afternoon or evening almost, and there was nobody on site by the time that first inspection went out. Again, it was like a dispatch from
Your office.
the main office that they had all the way up into the mountain, so it took them a while to get up to the hillside. But there was no communication that was recorded from the city to the property owner up until later, until the notice to complies, and then all the hearing communication went on.
Oh, into August, basically, when he responded, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, my motion is uphold my motion, but I'm gonna also recommend, that my commissioners also are open to this, but I would want to reduce the period from 4 years to 2 years. That already taking in consideration 9 months. And again, I'm doing it only because of the fact we got determined it's still hard to finalize the determination whether he did it malintent. I don't think so, but I'm only recommending a 2 year just because I don't want that property to be empty for so long. It causes a lot of issues when we don't have trees on there, or I mean, just for climate, period. And if we would have worked out a plan before getting to this stage, then we would probably be seeing 32 trees going up there now. But we didn't. We were here now. My motion is 2 years. Commissioners are welcome to disagree or agree.
I'll second that.
I'm going to vote no on 2 years because
We can call the question.
Yeah, we can.
there's no recourse to plant the trees.
Correct. I wish I want to have a planting plan that tells me that in 2 years we will plant 4 to 1. There's no room in this law to give us that ability to do that. Correct, Ms. Joy?
Correct.
And to my best is that if we let him build right away, we can plant these trees at a quicker rate, as opposed to nothing. I want to make a planning plan so that we can recuperate the loss of these protected trees. But how do we do that?
I just want to clarify, though, at the end of the 2 years, there isn't really a way to bring back or
Correct.
require the trees.
So how can this body build a planting plan to bring back the protected trees? How can we do that now?
Unfortunately, the statute doesn't provide for that.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so it proves my point more, that for the next 4 years, we won't have anything planting on that area. I want to make a planting plan.
I believe that the intent of the appellant, as submitted in the documents and the testimony, is to build a residence. I don't believe that there's an intent on replanting, and no planting plan is, as you've heard, is contemplated under 4606. So just wanted to clarify whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 7 years. At the end, you're not necessarily seeing trees planted. You're seeing a home built, and that's also, you know, something that is and can and should occur, but just wanted to clarify that fact.
No, and that's exactly my point, is that I understand there's a home that's going to be built. The zoning area is approved for that, so there's nothing wrong that he's doing there. But even with the new with his planting, we don't have a plan, which I feel we should impose a planting plan on Mr. Crosby, so that in 2, 4, 8, whatever years, he not only built his home, but he replants trees. How can we get there?
If the city council, it wouldn't necessarily apply to this case.
Uh-huh.
If the city council were to amend its ordinance to contemplate that as a change to the ordinance, that might be something in future cases. And your body is able to request the city council to amend ordinances. But again, that wouldn't be, we're left with the ordinance that's before you today. It couldn't be applicable retroactive.
Correct. So to my point, this law that we are applying does not allow us to do a permitting plan. So all we're saying here now is leave that lot empty for 4 years. Don't build on it. Don't do anything. If you want to build trees, great. If you don't, you don't. I would want this body to impose a planting plan, but we cannot based on this. So in my mind, the best alternative is to reduce the time so that there can be building and replanting of trees. I understand that there isn't a method to impose that after the 2 years, only if there was protected trees that he wants to remove. Got it. But I'm going back to the original. If we go back to it, we will lose regardless, because we're not implementing a planting plan here. So unfortunately, this law does not require that. So therefore, it makes me think that if we reduce the amount of this lot to not have anything to happen for 4 years, we can get trees on the ground sooner. That's what I'm going for.
Yes, and that's if the property owner agrees to plant.
Correct. If this we've done it before where we amend our findings and we add something, we add a plan, we want them to put it on site, we want them to pay a fee, we want them to, plant trees for the community. We've done all kinds of different compositions of a planting to recuperate the loss of the lost trees. So all I'm trying to find is a way that we can bring trees back to the lot at a quicker rate instead of having this 4-year lapse of nothing. So hence my 2-year recommendation. I guess it's on you, Commissioner Reyes. Do we tabulate the vote? Questions on the table, but we can definitely go with Vice President's. There could be multiple motions, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just by
Commissioner Villegas
Robert's Rules of Order, I
withdrew.
rescinded my motion.
Yeah.
To allow for additional questions, because you had questions.
President Garcia's motion, which I believe was seconded by Vice President.
Yeah.
So for just to repeat the motion, it is to have the recommendation to change from a 4-year to a 2-year for a period of 2 years to the removal of protected trees and shrubs and/or shrubs in violation of LAMC Section 4600.
And just to be clear, given the code, it does not require for any planting or recuperating of the loss of these 8 trees. But so I'm trying to ask the city attorney's office if there's any room for us to enforce something like that.
Through urban forestry, we only oversee and have purview over protected trees, and if there were none, then no permit would be required.
Correct.
But to my knowledge, I think this is in a specific area where planning would be involved, and then planning typically imposes their planting requirements, though independent of the permitting urban forestry process. It's through
Yeah.
the planning entitlement process.
I would just add, and I believe that this was stated before by others, but that in terms of this board, all you can do is request planting. You cannot impose on the appellant today, were that to be part of your motion,
Yeah.
any replanting efforts. So
Correct. We cannot impose a planting plan that will recuperate the 8 lost trees anymore. We're only subject to 46.06. I got it.
So we'll take a roll call vote on the proposed amendment of item number 1, recommending that the board hear and make a final determination on the appeal by Misha Crosby under LAMC Section 4606D of the Bureau of Street Services October 27th, 2023 findings and determination to request the Superintendent of Building, Los Angeles Building and Safety, to withhold issuance of building permits for a period of 2 years for the removal of protected trees and/or shrubs in violation of LAMC Section 4600. And we'll begin the roll call vote, starting with you, Madam President.
I have one question, sorry, before we deliver. This is for the city attorney's office. Can we amend our recommendation and ask Mr. Crosby and the Bureau of Street Services to work on a plan to recuperate these protected trees?
You can recommend or request it.
I can make a recommendation.
You can, yeah, you just can't require it.
I can't require, but I can recommend it.
Yes.
Oh, because it's not in the.
It's not authorized.
It's not in the municipal, yeah, that's why. I get all of that, but it's like a lost opportunity right here to be able to recuperate the 8 protected trees.
You can recommend it, but if Mr. Crosby were to not comply, there would not necessarily be.
Correct, I understand that. Okay,
But yes, you can do that.
Okay, so I recommend also that Bureau of Street Services, given the 2-year turnaround or the 2-year penalty, that Street Services works with Mr. Crosby on a replanting plan that would bring our 4-to-1 compliance. On a 2-year.
I just want to make a comment. Before us, we have somebody who is going to be building their home, so I would still see this as a punitive, in my opinion, for the Mr. Crosby, because he still can't build.
Yeah.
With your permission, President Garcia, I'll just restate that last requested addition to the motion that's on the table, and that is, so at the end of Section 4600, recommendation number 1, and recommend that the Bureau of Street Services work with Mr. Crosby on a replanting plan that would bring the property into a 4-to-1 compliance with regard to tree replanting.
Yes. I think that, see, again, the only grapple I have is that it's going to take 2 years for that to happen when, that's the issue. If, we fully take this in consideration. 2 years would go by without any trees when we can have trees planted.
The
right
planting
away.
itself wouldn't need to wait the 2 years. It's the building permit that can't be issued.
I
in 2
understand that,
years.
but then that's two different things. We can have trees back on as a recommendation is what I'm asking, but he doesn't have to do it unless into 2 years from now, really. So that's what I'm grappling, but I'm gonna leave it as that. I think I do want to recommend the Bureau of Street Services and Mr. Crosby to work out a replanting plan as a recommendation. Okay, sorry.
No, it's totally fine. So shall I restate, or is everyone clear on what the proposed amended motion on the table is by President Garcia? It sounds like everyone's clear.
You could say
on
no. You guys can say no.
it. Okay, very good. We'll take a roll call vote on the amended motion by President Garcia, starting with you, Madam President. Madam President, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
Commissioner Corsand.
No.
And Commissioner Reyes. Okay, so we have it does not pass because we have a 2-2 yes to no.
Yep, that's probably gonna happen. Well, that was my motion.
Are there any other motions that any other commissioner would like to put forward on this item?
And Miss Choi, can you, for the board, state when there is a tie like this, what happens, or what's next, or what does this mean?
Give me just 1 second.
Give us a second. Give us a second, Mr. Moreau.
Ted Jordan, Assistant City Attorney. So I've been part of the team working with Bureau of Street Services. So for purposes of this, I'll just provide, I think, neutral advice. No actions taken when it's a 2-2 vote. Our acting assistant executive officer did invite other motions, but no other motions have been made. So in that case, no actions taken. The appeal is not denied, nor is it approved. So the recommendation, and it's rare for this to happen before a board, that the item be continued until such time as you have 5 members. Now, since Commissioner Davis has not been in attendance, we would recommend that Commissioner Davis, this meeting is being recorded, that Commissioner Davis familiarize himself with the record that we've made here today, and you convene this matter with notice given to all the participants, although public comment has been heard, so you do not need to reopen public comment. And you reopen the matter for purposes of having another vote on your motion that had the 2-2 vote. At that time, other motions can be made as well, and they would be dealt with by a 5-member board.
Okay. Any objections with Mr. Jordan's recommendation to the board? Okay. Given that we need, this hardly ever happens, stated here, but nevertheless, here we are. So we're going to have to reconvene this meeting one more time because we need Commissioner Davis, Dr. Davis, to be present to make a final vote on this. So TJ, 2 weeks from now again?
Very well, President Garcia, and thank you, Mr. Jordan. I think we'll need to circle up with the parties here just to make sure that the appellant and that everyone is available on a date. We can look to the first or second week in May, if I could suggest that, and if everyone could perhaps stay after the meeting to review your calendars now and let me know if there is a specific date, either the first or second week of May, that you cannot make, and we can perhaps finalize that right after this meeting. So we could say continue to a date to be determined, and then we could finalize that, and I could send out a confirmation email later this week,
Okay.
probably tomorrow.
That sounds good. Any objections with that plan?
No.
No. All right. Given that said, the vote is continuing in to date to be determined by all parties. Again, that we've heard this matter now. It was 5 hours we've been here, and on a couple more the last time as well. As you can see, this is not a easy vote for all of us here, and we don't take our jobs lightly. So thank you, everybody that has been here listening in. Thank you to the Bureau of Street Service, City Attorney, Mr. Crosby, Mr. Monroe, our Chief Forest Officer in the back. Thank you all for being here this morning/afternoon. The continuing the vote to a later date when Dr. Davis, a full board is present. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the day. And it is now what time is it? 2:15. This meeting is officially adjourned for today. Thank you.